I'm the vice chair for planning and zoning, and I'll call the meeting to order for P and Z regular meeting, December 12th, 2023. This meeting is also online. Telephone number is 719-359-4580 with a webinar ID of 833-8852-5249. Before we do roll call, I'd like to have a motion to seat alternate Commissioner Gregory Cowan.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, let's take just a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Welcome, Gregory. Okay, Jim, let's go on and do the roll call.
Commissioner Cowan.
Here.
Commissioner Sipperly.
Here.
Commissioner Connerton.
Here.
Commissioner Waller.
Here.
Commissioner Sims.
Here.
Commissioner White.
Thank you. Any conflicts of interest for tonight? Okay, I see none. Okay, we'll move to receipt of the minutes. We'll do first the November 14th, 2023 P and Z Commission draft minutes. I'll take a motion to approve those.
I'll approve the minutes from November, was it 22nd?
14th.
14th.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any comments or corrections? Okay, we'll do a voice vote again on that. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. We'll approve those minutes from November 14th, 2023. The next minutes are September 26th, 2023. Thank you for updating those. Those are very good. Okay, I'll take a motion on those.
Make a motion. Sorry. A motion to approve those minutes from September 26th, the amended version.
Okay, second. Do we have a second on that? motion?
I need to abstain because I wasn't at the meeting, right? Yeah.
I'll second those minutes.
Okay.
Do we have enough people who were there?
I believe you have a quorum, and of that quorum, you still have a majority. It's 3 of 6, so I would say yes, go ahead.
Okay. Any additions or corrections?
Looks like they picked up the corrections we
Yeah,
requested.
did very nice. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll do another voice vote. All in favor of approving those minutes?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Okay, so those minutes are approved as well. Thank you very much. Okay, the next we have is comments from citizens appearing for items not on the agenda. Is anybody online? I don't see anyone coming up there. I don't see anyone raising their hand though on that. So I'm going to assume we're good. Okay, we'll move to new items. Okay, the first one is planning file number 6323, the Benedict Major Site Architectural Plan. Watkins?
Good evening. My name is Watkins Fulcray. I'm of City, and I am queuing up a presentation. Bear with me for just a second. Okay, So the item that we're going to be talking about tonight, for this item is major site architectural plan review for a project that's being called the Benedict. It's at 2800 Midland, corner of 27th Midlands. The zoning for it is RE Resort. That is RE what I need to do tonight. It's surrounded by some other residential uses on all four sides, and we do have representatives from the applicant team here tonight. So just as a reminder, the process, the way this is going to work is I'm going to give a brief presentation. I'm going to start out talking about code compliance issues, then move into comprehensive plan issues, talk about our referral comments, to you all for your questions, comments. Applicants are going to want to give you all some information as well, and have some members of the public tonight. So we'll want to do that. And finally, this is a major site arc plan review. So what we'll be doing tonight is a recommendation to take to City Council, deciding body. So jumping right into the code compliance kind of issues. Well, let me show you kind of the site where we are first. I think you all kind of know generally where we are, but here's some photos of the site. I could mention this is an affordable senior housing project that pretty competitive tech funding. Currently a vacant lot. Here is the site plan. I also have all the component parts of the plan pulled up that you guys need to.
Hey, Watkins,
Sorry.
could you speak up just a little bit to make sure we can hear you good? Thanks.
Fine balance, how close you get to the mic.
Exactly. Thanks.
Feel free to give me a reminder if so here's some more photos from the site. And the site plan again. See that there's structured parking under here, the first level. And so getting straight into some code issues. As you know from the packet, there are some few ways in which the project doesn't meet strict requirements of the code. This being an affordable project, there are some incentives available, including things like density bonus and site design flexibility. And now just kind of a side note for P&Z, we've talked in the past, we've had 4 sessions about changing some of this language and code. This is going to look familiar to you. We'll talk about site flexibility. Let's try to put all that out of mind tonight, because what is currently changes. So site flexibility in the code right now, city may consider flexible application design standards, including but not limited to lot size, building height, lot coverage, impervious coverage, setbacks, and landscape. And the housing guidelines offer just a little bit more specificity on that, and state that height is limited to 1 additional floor and parking flexibility considerations. So basically the site flexibility that are offered by 070, 45, 080 do allow you to waive a lot of requirements. Choose to. This is all deciding body's discretion. So here's a brief snapshot of a lot of the code compliance things. There's a lot of yeses in here. It does meet many of the code requirements. One exception you'll see here is the storage, personal storage per unit. There is a requirement 1 cubic foot, 3 square feet or area per unit. Applicants have stated that's not going to be a problem for them to meet, but they did not include that. So that's something I just wanted to note. And let's talk about the architecture now of the projects. As you know, the code requires there be 4-sided design on all sides of a proposed building. So each multifamily project has to have a minimum of 5 architectural features. Features are a list of them in our code, broad lists and flexibility and adding additional things, but each elevation has to include at least 5 characteristics from this architectural feature list. So we're looking now at the side that's facing to the south generally. Got 6 of them. For all the sides, there are at least 5. So here is the north facing streetscape, the north facing. So we have 5 here. This is from the east. Got 5 as well. Building orientation standards though require that entrances building kind of oriented toward the streets. This is the first code element that I'm going to talk about that does not meet the strict requirements of the code So this is the streetscape elevation, that is the streetscape. You'll see that there aren't any. It's not oriented toward the street the way that our code describes. Therefore, it doesn't meet the code requirement here. At your option and staff's recommendation is to use flexible application of code standards that we discussed before to pass this. In terms of height requirements, this is the height requirement, the height limit in RE zone 60 feet. This is coming in at 57 feet 2 inches, so it does meet it. And height transition requirements are a set of design requirements that require new projects to try to match or transition into existing residential. Since there are residential uses on all four sides, these do come into play. To the south elevation, the south side, which is the memory care, the senior living facility. This is an adjacent building, so the standards do apply here. However, the adjacent buildings are not 1 story or lower. So the high transition standards don't apply on the south side. To the east side, they do. The east side, you have some residential that's adjacent, like a club condominiums, and there are a couple of high transition methods that are used here, but not 3 that are required by code. So this is one additional way that the project does not meet. By the code requirements, flexible application for this as well. To the north, we have residential uses. However, these aren't considered adjacent because we have to cross 27th Street to get there. Cottonwood Landing. The requirements don't apply here. And similarly to the east, the height transition requirements do not apply because you have to cross Midland and cross the roundabouts to get there. So adjacent. In terms of common open space, 20% of the lot is required to include common open space, which is about 4,700 square feet. Applicants do propose more than enough to get there. I would just note that condition of approval, we're recommending applicants in the next phase to delineate exactly where that common open space is. 10% of the site is also required for landscaping, so about 2,300 square feet, and applicants propose more than enough to meet that at about 6,500 square feet. You'll see in the conditions of approval, recommended conditions, that there are some tweaks to be made to the landscape plan, and we believe that the applicants are on board with this. So moving on then to sidewalks, required width, since this is a residential project, is 8 feet. And the existing sidewalk that's in place along 27th Street is 8 feet, so that meets it. However, the planting strip is another way in which this project doesn't meet the strict requirements. The planting strip, which think about is kind of landscaping area that's a buffer between the street and sidewalk. That's a required width of 5 feet. And the existing streetscape that's there right now, it meets the 5 foot requirement in places, but then it tapers down to 0 east. So that does not meet the requirement there. That's another way that the project is eligible for a flexible application for standards. Parking. The project would ordinarily be required 1.5 parking spaces plus 1 guest parking space for every 5 units, multi-family units here, which would come out to 58 parking spaces required. They did receive in January of this year an administrative parking reduction. In our code, there's a list of eligible ways, parking to reduce the parking requirement, and we did receive reduction of 29%, bringing the required number of spaces down to 42. What this project includes. There's 42 spaces, 25 that are in structured parking first level, and some that are on the street that are, some of those are neighboring property. Bike parking, this is one of the methods that we use to reduce their parking requirement, proposing 44, 6 would be required. There is a preliminary traffic memo in the packet that found that no additional improvements to the infrastructure would be necessary, but we do have, our engineering department has some recommendations for some changes that are done here, recommending. The first is a right in and right out change to the existing intersection. That's what it says. This is the driveway, which the Racket Club condos access, as well as one of the access points for this project. At this point, this is where the engineering department is recommending that we have a right in, right out situation. You have to turn right out of the development, and you would only be able to turn right into the development. This would be necessary because there's an offset intersection in Cottonwood Lane that's just a little bit kind of awkwardly to the west. That right in, right out would be enforced with what we're calling a wishbone, with an actual structural. The second recommendation, changes to circulation access, would be cross access from the abutting developments. Recommending change to this. So some of the area to the east of the building where the escaping, we are proposing that there be cross access that properties would be able to use. This would also, to some degree, facilitate emergency services being able to respond both to Benedict as well as to the south. And let's talk about community housing, affordable housing. This is obviously an affordable housing project. The code requirement is our inclusionary zone standards is that 20% of units in a project that size would be restricted for both affordability and resident occupancy. We have definitions of what resident occupancy means. Basically, it means that local workforce worker with some exceptions built in for retirees and disabilities. So this is a requirement. Inclusionary zoning requires that there be units set aside for affordability and for resident occupancy. This project well exceeds the affordability requirements that our code sets out. 100% of the units would be deed restricted as opposed to 20% required, and they would be deed restricted at a level much lower than code requires. Code requires 100% area, whereas this would be 30% to 50%. In dollar amounts in 2023, that's $500 something a month. Pretty affordable. However, there is a little bit of a rub between our requirements and what the applicant is proposing vis-a-vis their federal funding. So, stipulations for federal and state funding programs that make it difficult or impossible to acquire resident occupancy with our regulations. So we are proposing some kind of workarounds for that. One of them would be there two ways. One of them would be requiring that after the 40 years, if this were to become a market rate project, say 40 years because that is the term of the affordability that they have with their funding, the YTech program. After 40 years, if it were to become market rate, we're suggesting that it's required to meet whatever inclusionary standards we have at that time. In the second way, we are requesting just to the extent permissible, or to the extent permissible, meet our requirements for resident occupancy. Now getting into our referral comments, I've already talked about the engineering department's comments, circulation and access issues. Public Works had comments that were pretty standard things, recommending compliance with them. Really special there. And the fire department also had some comments. They wanted to see elevators, make sure the elevator that stretchers. They want the sidewalk access. See the locations, shut off locations, charging stations, and to maintain the fire hydrants that are there on site during construction. Let's talk about the comprehensive plan now. This project does meet many of the comprehensive plan goals. I'm not going to read them all out, but goals such as directing development to locations, building forms that are cost effective to serve, such as this one that's already served by utilities and by emergency emergency services in town, encouraging a compact urban form, increasing housing density, directing growth to areas where utilities and services can be provided efficiently. It meets many of the goals of the comprehensive plan. A couple ways that it does not meet the comprehensive plan is with the future land use map, which if you remember, this is a map that it gives guidance, general guidance for what kind of uses vacant parcels should have when they develop or when projects redevelop. The future land use map shows this as a commercial designation, meaning that it should develop as a commercial use rather than residential use provided. And then a second way is that there's a goal in the maintain Glenwood Springs tourism, retail, commercial, and so that ties in designation is commercial. One way to look at this is to think about, does it do more of the goals than it does? In our analysis, we think that this doesn't. We did receive a little bit of public comments after the packets were created. I put that letter in front of you all. I know you all may have not had a chance to read it, but also we have authored that letter that managers property here with us tonight. But the identified concerns about the intensity of the project, particularly parking, a concern with the administrative parking reduction that was approved being slightly different than the project that you have in front of you, and also concern about the access to 7th Street. There are 4 criteria that need to be met in order to approve a site architectural plan like this. And lastly, the staff recommendation, as you all know, is to approve with the conditions, the findings and conditions of approval that are in the staff report. Here are the recommended findings for all 4 criteria. So that's all I have for you all. Happy to take questions.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Connerton.
Thank you, as usual. Very thorough. I have a question. Can you just expand a little bit more on the federal 40-year aftermarket rate? Can you just clarify that just a little bit more for me so I have a better understanding and for other people who might not get it?
Yes, ma'am, I can talk about that. I also recommend you ask that question to the applicants once they're up here. So they can
Okay.
explain it in better detail.
Okay.
But LIHTC, that's an acronym for Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program. It's a highly competitive program, federal funds. So it's a tax credit basically that the applicant can take to actually sell the money to subsidize the project. So being that it's federal money, there are federal regulations that go along with that, of which I'm not an expert. Probably knows a lot more about it, but the Fair Housing Act is in play. So imposing kind of local restrictions, it's difficult.
I see.
If I can kind of follow up on that.
Sure.
So the project is 40 years in length, that it has to be restricted underneath that LIHTC program to take advantage of those tax credits. What we oftentimes see is at the end of those 40 years, and they rotate out, they become free market units. So you had all of these units that were affordable, and all of a sudden they rotate out of the program and they make these massive jumps in cost and displace residents, don't meet local requirements, and you don't have any teeth to kind of pull that back in. So what we're suggesting is that they would continue to have to, after that 40-year period, if we can't parallel our requirements on resident occupied income limits, those would spring up at year 41 that they would need to comply with whatever the regulations were at the time for affordable housing, so that we don't totally lose that project to the free market at the end of the life period.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. So with the, it says this will provide affordable housing for seniors. I just think it's good to just talk a little bit more about that. Like what, I know how many units they're proposing, but like, maybe you could just speak a little bit more to that.
Sure, and I'd love for the applicants to do that as well when they're up there,
I keep forgetting about them.
but age
You can do that
55.
too. We can wait until they show up.
age
Hey, real
55
quick,
plus.
sorry to interrupt. These mics are not working for the podium and yours, so I don't know if you wanna move around or if you can present on another thing, but the system in the room, yeah, it's not working.
And you said these are working?
Yeah, they're all good. It's right there.
Okay. How about, are both of them, mechanical carriers? And it's working at all?
It's coming through here, the speakers, the broadcast, it's something, yeah. It's system problem.
Okay.
Speak loudly.
Okay,
That's about all we got.
Don't yell at me. I'm kidding. That'd be good.
I don't think that would work.
You all are fine. It sounds like,
I do.
and I think we're getting a solid recording, we're just not getting a broadcast for some reason, so we just go with
Okay.
what we got.
You're saying keep on going.
Keep
Yes.
going? Okay, so yeah, I can, you know what, I can reserve that question for the applicant.
Okay. Okay, Matthew.
Watkins, you mentioned the, some addressing cross-access circulation. Can you maybe pull up the map or the design, show us what you're really talking about there? I'd like to understand that better.
sure. I don't have a design for what that cross-access would look like because
Okay.
it's something that we're requesting, so it wasn't part of their plan. But
Right.
let me pull up the site plan
Okay,
and then I can kind of show you where that would.
okay.
Okay, and I'll zoom in a little bit, but this is the site plan. And we're talking about an area to the east. Okay, so in this site plan, north is not exactly the top of the page. It's kind of diagonally going to the left. Like this, if you can see my cursor. And so we're talking about this area here again, if you can see my cursor.
Mhm.
It is the east of the building, between the building's edge and the property line. It's where the circulation would go, and it would connect to access that is here off of 27.
So let me just follow up on that. So it's not going over to the memory care property.
It would also, it would connect down here in the south from the existing access parking area and access lane.
Because I mean, that's really it, right? Because already the entrance is off of 27th Street. That's, that already exists, is that?
This
Entrance
already
already
exists, and there's a secondary access that is off of Midland.
Right.
That exists right now. This comes in here, and so the access, this would create a way to go from
It's a loop all the way around it.
right.
Okay,
Okay, okay.
Okay.
okay, good question.
Yes.
Do you have any other questions, Matt?
Not right now.
Okay. Carolyn,
Thanks. So is this secondary access off of Midland? That's the driveway into the memory, into the, what we used to call Renew
That's correct.
currently, because in some of the comments that was suggested that those two connect, so you're saying that it does, but the fire department said that they would like it to, so does it or does it not connect through? Like, could I, if I lived here, could I turn in off of Midland Ave and get to my unit?
You could, but not with your car. So you can turn in off of Midland, yes, and there's parking that's right there. And then there will be pedestrian circulation, sidewalks that will let you get to the building. What we're proposing though is a vehicular way. So that you could turn off of Midland like you just described,
Mhm.
and then turn left, a hard left, and take you could call it an alley, I guess, basically a driveway here back to up here 27th Street.
But that's the main entry road, is it not?
Yes,
Okay, so it's not really an alley. We would have engineering standards to be a proper road. No parking on either side of it, right?
correct.
Okay. Because somewhere it mentioned parking along the street, but maybe that's not at this location. Is the city offering up any other incentives like fee waivers or things for the added affordability?
Yes, so in a separate action that doesn't really have anything to do with what's being considered tonight, City Council did in, I believe, July, approve fee waivers for the system fees for this project. So that doesn't mean that City Council is going to approve this project. They approved it based on the knowledge that it's 34 units and that it would be restricted housing, but not based on any designs that we've seen.
In our other affordability, and I don't remember if this changed when we did the mandatory inclusionary housing, but when people before had offered up to deed restrict some of their housing, and if they wanted to get out of it, there was a way they could pay and then turn those units back into free market. Is that an option here?
No, so what you're describing is what's called the voluntary program.
Yeah.
And that's really geared for smaller projects, really ADUs is one way it's kind of targeted with this. But inclusionary zoning is a requirement for the 280.
Right, but say 12 of these units, we will make them deed restrict, so, 20 some are voluntary, I would say.
Well, I'm keeping in mind that all of these will be restricted in the LIHTC program. So you're
Mhm.
going to see 100% of these restricted at lower AMIs than we require for a period of 4 years. So really what you're talking about is how the program operates into the future post 40 years on what restrictions would be in place. And honestly, that's why we included the condition to comply with whatever was in place at that time, because I just don't know what it's going to look like.
Right, so for these 40 years, they can't get out of it at all, and at
No.
the end, we have the option of making them deed restrict per whatever the current code at
Right.
that time is, but they won't have to pay any penalties like people in our voluntary
Right,
Inclu-
but this would
affordability.
run, those 40 years would run far longer than our voluntary program runs. in
Okay.
any case. So-
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of, it seems that there's a little confusion about the age cutoff, but maybe that's a question I should hold for the applicants. The age of folks who are allowed to live here.
What they represented is age 55.
Okay, because I saw 62 mentioned in some places. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Amy,
Okay, I have one more question.
right?
I don't know if it's appropriate to ask you or the applicant, but in the engineer or the SGM report, on all the infill, there was a lot of pages on the info, which I went through and I feel like I could pull it off. But it was from 2013. And so is there like a time frame on like the age of that document versus the project now?
So yeah, you're correct. There was a pretty in-depth study in 2014, and then an additional follow-up study that was this year that revisited that and basically made the finding still applies.
Other questions? Joy?
Can you just talk briefly about what storage looks like in proposed projects? Like what could those examples be?
Sure. Yeah, and our code defines pretty well what these storage units can be and what they can't be. But closets, typical things you think of like that can be storage. Garages can include storage. Garages space beyond what's required for the cars in the garage. And we include things that it can't also. So that's pretty well fleshed out.
And then what about screening? The 5 types of screening that it talked about, that there would be screening from on one part of the project. What can those look like?
Are you thinking of screening that's required for the parking area?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, and specifically that would be required for just the off-street parking.
Mhm.
So south end of the project. There are different ways they could do it. And they may actually be doing it currently. There are actually some terminus islands there that are landscaped. But, you know, hedges, dense vegetation is the most common way to do that.
Okay, and then did the city think that it would benefit the neighbors to the east, I believe it's the Racket Club, if there was some sort of screening on that side, any sort of like, I know that they're still fledging out their trees and some of their shrubbery. Did it make sense to encourage them to plant some screening on that side?
Well, there are no code requirements that they screen the development.
Mhm.
You know, it's a
Right,
57-foot development. There's no requirement that they screen that through landscaping from the east. But that is a consideration, you know, the landscaping program for them right now, and that landscape go away with the cross access. So that's a cost benefit issue.
and then this is kind of just it's not specific to this project, though it does involve it, but do we feel as the city that maybe some of our code language should change as it relates to the inclusionary housing for the requirement that they be work-based tenants, as it's a senior housing program and it kind of doesn't apply to some of that demographic? Maybe we're missing the mark in some of our code language. I don't know. That's just a comment.
Would you like me to respond?
Sure.
It's a great question. It's something that we are exploring. And, we've only had these inclusionary zoning requirements on the books since 2021, and so seeing this for one of the first time or first two times,
Mhm.
the first time by project. So that is a consideration we have as well.
And then what was the city's rationale for reducing parking? What was behind that?
They met, I believe, 3 of the parking alternatives that are offered in code. Structured parking automatically allows you to reduce up to 20%.
Okay.
And then you can reduce, there's a formula, but you can reduce by adding additional bike parking spaces beyond what's required. And so they easily maxed out the 30%. You cannot get more than 30% by code. Can't reduce parking by more than 30%.
Mhm.
So they achieved it just.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, Matthew?
I wanted to have a follow-up question, I guess, about the parking. One of the things that in staff report is the 2015 parking and access easement. Can you talk about that or talk to that? What did that entail? Because we're talking about 6 parking spots on a neighboring property. What can you tell us about that?
Sure. Well, I can't say too much about it, but it is a recorded document from 2015. And it specifically states that those 6 parking spaces that are on lot 1, the property is lot 2 that we're talking about. So there's 6 on lot 1 south. And they're for the exclusive use of this property, lot 2. That same document also provides access, utilities, provides for that answer what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, I've got a couple questions. So one thing you talked about was, and at least I thought I heard this, maybe I heard it incorrectly, but was there a different number that was approved for the parking versus the 42 when the reduction was done? Was there some change? Did I mishear that?
The number of parking spaces is the same. They match. Parking reduction, the project at 42 spaces, and that's what they've included now. I think what you're referring to is there's a thought that it doesn't meet the strict terms of the parking reduction because it was originally conceptualized as 52 versus 55.
Okay, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I liked your condition, it's more of a comment, but on the street trees and in the planning strip, and I know that's a pretty skinny area. It sounds like there's utilities, but I think that's pretty important. So I guess when I look at the elevations, I know the heights are fine, and then but the one elevation towards the roundabout, I guess that's Midland on that side. That's one flat wall, is that right? Could you put that elevation up?
Sure.
I mean, that's the one where people coming down 4 Mile and whatnot, driving on Midland. I mean, that's kind of the one you drive right by, right?
Yes, that's the one you're looking for.
Yeah.
Streetscape. Here. So this is the one that you'll see from Midland.
Yeah, that's. So that one, there's the 0 to 4 foot, 5 foot planning strip that you have a condition on to put some trees in there, but what was there something in the code that for the amount of, I'll call it massings, whatever differences in the building, that are they doing all of those massing things per code here on this?
So they meet all of they meet the minimum number of required architectural features.
Right.
But maybe what you're thinking of is building orientation. Since this is the streetscape. Generally, we want buildings to be built so that the entrance is facing the street.
Right.
The buildings feel connected to the streetscape, and that's what we don't see.
And this is the major street that it's on, so that's the. Yeah.
That's right. I've had some discussion with the applicants about how this could be improved, and they had some kind of minor ways in which to do that. Things like changes in brick pattern and brick color. I think street trees, as you mentioned, that is a major way.
Right.
So, if at all possible, because there are many utilities in this area, it may not be possible, but if at all possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really busy area there with people coming down 4 Mile and all of that. So I think that's important. So is that one of your conditions? I was just kind of looking at your conditions.
The street trees?
Well, yeah, street trees, but trying to break up the architectural features or whatever for this side, is that?
It is not in the conditions. The conversations I've had are kind of minor ways about changes to the side that would not achieve. We're not proposing to build entrances on the side. That would be a project. So that's not something that we recommended. We all think that's necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not thinking of entrances, and I'm not an architect, but it's but I think that it is the main street. I mean, the main part of the building that people are going to see. Other than that, so I don't know if there's any other comments on that, but one thing, a question I have on the cross access. So I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense to have cross access from the racket court or racquetball, whatever it is, the racket condos going through there over towards that other building. That makes a whole lot of sense. So has that been worked with the memory care owners yet, or do you know that, or is that just a proposal that's thrown out there, or have they been in the conversation, or?
There have been some conversations involving those owners. I will say that there are some challenges with the cross access we can get into. We like it in concept, but there are also some challenges like storage, turning radius, especially if we talk about those big fire trucks. So it's something that you'll want to weigh whether it's worth the benefits and the negatives that come with it. But that is the intent, to allow property owners both in north
Yeah, for also another exit coming out of there for all those people, because there's only one exit for them and.
It
Okay,
is being proposed that exit serves Racket Club condos also be changed to right in, right out.
okay. Another question I have, which was kind of interesting to me, that I guess I'm normally used to like a traffic study versus a traffic memo. And I don't know if this is a question for engineering or whatnot, but is, there's a lot of traffic there in the morning. I know I live off Midland and drive up that way, and it's in the morning and then in the evening coming around that roundabout and then getting to the other roundabout that's at 27th Street. So has that been studied for the amount of cars that are there going through? When I read the memo, it just was kind of like anecdotal information is kind of what it seemed like, of here's anecdotal stuff versus a real traffic study.
Well, it does offer some specifics. Everything is an estimate, right? Based on IT. Estimating like 164 trips per day on average. And we have estimates for which direction they're going to as well, the destination. So about half of those will be going toward Highway 8 to go south. To go up. The other share would be going different directions.
So those numbers, and I'm kind of looking at Matt back there, but I mean, are we good with those numbers? I mean, like we just looked at something, at Cowden recently, and immensely studied, because that's a whole different area, but this is a pretty busy area going up that way as well. So I'm just wondering, is there any study or anything that's been done looking at traffic counts in that way?
And I might bring engineering up if you want to delve into this more, but what I would say is that we have the trip estimates. And engineering looked at this, and this is part of the reason we would not be so okay with this if it weren't right in, right out.
Right.
That's part of what makes this better. Do you have anything to add, the expert in the
A
house?
little bit. Hi, Lee Barger, transportation engineer from the city. You talked about the original application 2014, and that considered a larger site. It had a traffic study done with it. And yeah, so that was a larger application. And so what we found was this wasn't going to be generating much traffic as that. That was used to design the roundabout back when the roundabout was designed. So we felt like with this coming in a lot smaller, it wouldn't generate as much traffic as what was originally considered for the roundabout. So we figured this leg would be able to handle that, as well as the secondary access onto 27.
Yeah.
So,
And then that's the wishbone coming out. So the wishbone applies then to the Racket condos
it
as
does.
well. So now they can't turn left. They also have to go right to that other roundabout,
They would have to go right and make a U-turn,
on that other roundabout.
or they could use this secondary access to get to the roundabout and go out that way. So they do have options, which
Okay.
is one of the reasons we really wanted to push for that secondary access, was because we constrained the access on.
Okay.
But numbers wise, this site was already
Study
designed for it.
designed for. Okay. Thanks, Lee.
Sorry.
I appreciate it.
I have one
Oh, wait.
question. Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Come back, I have one too.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'm gonna do Amy for Amy.
I have a quick question then, just two things. And so that study, was that before or after? I just to refresh my memory, the memory care?
Yeah, so that was the original applicant that had applied for a memory care senior facility there. And they had applied for like a medical dental building, which this site is on the
Okay.
Benedict site. And, when you compare those studies, you compare what they originally had approved. And even going back further, there was the lodge at Roaring Fork, was the original proposal that had condos, I believe. It had hotel rooms. It had a lot of extra stuff. And that's really the point at which they designed that roundabout. So those numbers were higher than the Stony River numbers for 2014. Higher than these numbers coming in 2023. So
Okay, and then
We
one
felt-
last little question. So I know people cross there, to go across, to go through the roundabout. I guess there's some crossways in there.
yes,
Is that gonna change with this project? Are you gonna have to put buttons in there? I know I've seen people having a really hard time getting through there, so.
and that is a point we made. That's something I think we, as the city, need to correct. That is a small island. It's really too small for the pedestrians to feel comfortable there. So that is something we brought up, but it's not something I think we can put onto this developer to fix.
No.
But we do have a study that we're getting into that's going to be looking at those and making recommendations as to how we can fix that. We've already got ideas to widen it out a little more. Maybe put some of those pedestrian push buttons for the flashers, things like that.
Thank you.
Okay. Carolyn,
Well, while we've got you there, I do sort of have a transportation question. So to be clear, with this right out, you would be forced to cross the river, go to the roundabout on South Grand Ave, and then come back if you wanted to head, down Midland Ave towards,
Wanted to go to
all points
Lowe's or to
west.
Sunlight, yeah. Sure.
Okay, so part of the parking reduction is implying that we've got an extra 40 or so seniors on bicycles leaving this project. So, is there a sidewalk on the south side of the Sunlight Bridge or only on the north?
Just on the north. It's
Okay,
a
so they get on a
separated bridge.
bicycle and they are trying to cross 27th Street traffic
That's correct.
at that intersection. They're not gonna go up the hill to the island at the roundabout. They're gonna
Yeah.
try and cross here and cross the bridge or go down along the bike path, I would presume. So I think that we have, if this goes ahead, we've created a possible dangerous intersection there for seniors. There's no buffer between the sidewalk and the road. There's no way to cross as a pedestrian or a bicycle. And with the parking reduction, I'm kind of concerned because if there's nowhere to park, these folks probably will be on foot and on bicycle. And I have a question about the reduction. Was that anything to do with the proximity to the bus stop? Or it just seems as though it wasn't, and what Watkins mentioned.
don't leave, Lee.
Okay,
Right, but proximity to transit is not part of, it's not considered.
okay. Because having to walk through the other roundabout would also become a predicament. The roundabout on South Grand Avenue also has no, does it have a pedestrian cross button? Okay,
North leg, yeah, the one that they would be crossing to get up to 27th, where they're headed.
okay, so the new 27th underpass is gonna be to the north side of 27th Street.
It's on the south.
It's on the south
So
side.
they would cross to the north side of 27th, then they'd have to cross back to the south.
Yes, it is tough because of, well, we don't have pedestrian facility across the south side of the Sunlight. And that was done because we had the facilities, the Atkinson Trail connection, South Grand connection. And so that's why we brought this up with that splitter island that you brought up earlier at the roundabout being a little undersized, knowing that this is going to be, that is their primary pedestrian or bike route over to Rafto. That's why we brought that up. Again, we could go further, but right now we didn't recommend improving that island. City is gonna plan on that. Right,
Island.
the island, so
at
this
the
is,
roundabout.
this is at the roundabout, yes, this is. No, this is the island in front at the Midland and 27th
Right.
roundabout, right? So their first crossing that
Mm-hmm.
they would do from where they are at the Benedict.
Well, no, they'd probably go out the primary entry next to the racket club and then try and get from there.
And just use an I mean,
I mean, you're not
yes,
gonna ride your
people do
bike
jaywalk.
across and go down the hill, right? I would.
That is,
Gotta cross.
Yes, but there is fencing on the other side of 27th Street. As you come out of the Racket Club, there's that fencing that goes toward the Atkinson Ditch Trail.
Uh-huh.
So there's not, there's no curb cut there for them to get across. If they were to roll their bikes up on, or anything, they would have to go up to the roundabout at 27 and cross that leg on 27.
So they come out of their old folks. they
If
get
I
on the
may,
bike-
it might be helpful. Ooh, my mic is hot. It might be helpful to pull up the site plan. I think you guys are talking
Sure.
about two different things. The island that Lee is referring to. It's actually a pedestrian refuge in the center. So there is a point there for them to cross, and I'm just gonna have
Right.
Watkins pull
At
that
the
up. So you
Midland
guys are
roundabout.
talking about the exact
Right.
same. Thanks.
The island it's not really very far from the exit to the Benedict. So this is where the access is right now.
Yeah.
And this is the island, extends to about right here.
Uh-huh.
So they do this 100 feet, Lee.
Yeah, 100 feet or so. They could come out the front door, which is over here, and come around this way and across, and then make their way down and across Sunlight Bridge,
Uh-huh.
through the other roundabout, up 27th, underneath the new underpass to the new underpass, going
Crossing
the other
27
way. So there-
Crossing 27
Yes,
again.
there are two underpasses. So
Yeah. Okay.
so, yes, it's not the most direct way. It's a little out of direction. I will also remind you, there is a bus stop that we have built down here coming into the roundabout on Midland. It's not used right now. Maybe one day it will. Hopefully it will.
Are you good with Lee?
I'm good with Lee. I got one more
Well,
question for
let's
Watkins.
do Lee.
Okay, we can, yeah, okay.
Okay, Joey.
So my question is, the traffic study was done in 2014, and my presumption is it was, the growth was built into that as it's nearly 10 years later.
Yes.
Okay.
You're correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Lee? Thank you, Lee. Okay, Carolyn.
Thanks. Watkins, I couldn't find on the drawings what the length of that long elevation that sort of faces northwest. And it's flat, it's not curved. So could you tell me about how long that is?
Is a good question. I don't know that distance. Yeah, and I don't really want to guess wrong, but
Looks like a
it's a long
couple hundred
elevation. It is
feet.
in.
Okay, because I didn't see any dimensions on there. There weren't any floor plans. So with the circulation, to get to those parking spots that are tucked under, do you have to go underneath the whole building? Because I was thinking tuck under is like, sort of like a carport where the back end is still sticking out. So is it open above that aisle between the parking, or is there building above there?
There is building above there, and you can see that. I'll show you the elevations.
So it's more like a parking garage.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And so this is, you can see my cursor, this first level, this is the parking. These right here where you see a change in pattern, these are, we call them vents.
Louvers.
Louvers.
Yeah.
They're vents.
And seeing as we have, let's just call it a couple 100 feet of street frontage there, is this meeting I see that we've called out there is a variation in height, but the roof, that eave itself is going the whole way. And I remember at the last meeting, we had suggested to Public Works, they do a little something more to, break up that roof line. So is that one long eave line compliant with our design guidelines?
It is, and they have some variation, as you can see in this one.
Well, but from the street, you wouldn't see, that's way in the back.
True,
Yeah.
true. Depends where you are.
Okay. So from the street, this is a kind of a massive big block with one single roof line. Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Any other questions? Yeah, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess just stepping over to the tenant selection plan and kind of this tension of feasibility of bringing in additional requirements on top of that LIHTC grant for resident occupancy, prioritizing local workforce, and the two conditions you identified. I understand kind of the post 40-year ambition. A little curious about the functionality of a municipality inserting itself in the tenant selection plan, if there's examples of that working. And
I believe the applicant maybe can speak to that as well. I think they've had a little bit of experience with that. It's just a preference in the selection process. We want to be cognizant of the fact that we can't step on federal law necessarily, but to the extent that it works, it would be great if they could pull in some of our preferences and requirements in the code into that tenant selection process. It's a little bit aspirational, but it was our best shot at kind of like trying to meld two different programs trying to accomplish kind of the same thing in a different way.
okay, so it's I guess it's kind of offered as a suggestion
Yeah.
to the applicant, and they then have ownership over that selection process.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You, Joy?
I do like Carolyn's concerns about the pedestrian crossing, and I know we can't put a requirement on the city to insert a light or something like that, nor can we require the applicant to do that. But how would we add the suggestion to our recommendations, Hannah? Just city council would know that we've discussed it and we would like the city to pursue putting in a light.
I think you just put it on the record. So there's that. And also, as Lee mentioned, the engineering department has also identified this as part of this process. So it's something that's in the works.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have one last question on the drainage report, and I guess, and maybe it's for the applicant, Sopris Engineering, I don't know, but I guess my one concern where it's a half-acre lot, where there's a lot of hardscape on that half-acre lot, and so there's a lot of drainage coming off of the hardscape, and I know a lot of times when you do a new building, you're supposed to control that water typically on that site. At least that's my understanding of the code. But so I kind of recall there was some swells or some drainage ponds or something that were there. And what, basically what my concern is that flow from there goes into the Roaring Fork River, which is just right there, which is, I think it's Goldwater fly fishing right at the bridge. So, I don't know if engineering looked at that, or if that, I'm assuming that they did, but, or is that a question that I should save for the applicant? I don't know, but
Well,
I
we
just want to
can-
make sure that we're good with that.
Sure. It will need to meet all of our engineering guidelines, which is a tool that we use for all development. If you would like to ask specific questions, because you're right, it does go to. If you'd like to ask more questions. Specifics.
I guess what my question is, when I read the report, I read that there was water going to the Roaring Fork River.
That's correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And we're not concerned with that being an issue, or?
That's the way it functions now, and I don't know what else you do with the water. It's got to drain.
Or you do dry wells. I know I've done a few projects, and that's kind of what.
Yeah.
I was always spanked to do.
Well, will you guys be able to speak to options and how we feel about that?
Ashley Dostal, Assistant City Engineer. So the original report for Stony Ridge, they analyzed the entire site and they put in a regional storm system that collected everything. It's dumping into several things before it gets to the river. So there are curb inlets and things like that with minimum of 3-foot sumps. They do have some detail for some other kind of catchment system inside that. I haven't seen it before, but that's helping take care of sediment and oil separation on its way there. With this development, they're connecting to that system that was already designed for this lot.
Cool.
So that's why they're saying they're in compliance with the original report.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, I guess we're ready for the applicant.
You have a presentation.
No problem.
All right, good evening, commissioners. My name is Justin Raditz. I work with Catholic Charities Housing, have for about the last 8 years or so. And for the betterment of everybody in the room, I'll probably be doing the least amount of talking in this presentation, but I just wanted to say I appreciate your time tonight, consideration of the project. Just very briefly, I think most folks are familiar with Catholic Charities in general. Agency is about 100 years old. The housing division, we started in 1968, so 55 years ago, we had our first project. And since then, we've grown to a pretty sizable portfolio. We own and operate about 2,000 apartments across the state, the upper half of the state, so effectively Denver Metro, Western Slope, the Valley. We own and operate the Matchbuff apartments by the middle school, have since the 90s, and then some in Northern Colorado as well. We own and manage our own projects to the ones that need it. We also provide services. That's Catholic Charities. I think most people are familiar with the agency. I did bring a team with me again because they're the smart ones and you're going to want to hear from them anyway. But a couple of the folks that are in the room as well as online. So from Blue Line Development, we have Darcy McClure. Darcy and her team, they serve in a couple of functions. They own and operate some of their own properties. They also help out with other developers for certain projects. They are an affordable housing only developer, quite like us, have several thousand units under their belt and another 1,000 units that are under development right now in Colorado and a couple of neighboring states, and they are all affordable housing, just like us. Shopworks Architecture Anything that you like that's pretty on the building, it came from them. And anything that you don't like, you can just go ahead and blame it on me because I probably asked for it. But they're a phenomenal team, and we picked them specifically because I think sometimes in the world of affordable housing, the buildings get a bad rap for being very generic and boring and kind of, which way do you want to orient your rectangle kind of process. And Shopworks takes a very, very different approach to design. They really think about their buildings as, if I can go as far as saying an art installation. In some case, right, they really want the buildings to be beautiful. And we pay them a lot of money for that type of design, but I think what they've come up with is really an exceptional design. And I'll give you a couple of notes on the next slide about how we got there. From Norris Design, we have Mallory Redman right behind me. And then Sopris Engineering online, we have Stephanie Elfenbein to kind of assist with some of those questions as they come up. I think a lot of you are probably familiar with Fritz Benedict. So I actually have a son named Benedict. He thinks I'm naming this building after him. Not the case. Actually, the origin comes from Fritz and Fabi, obviously Aspen Hall of Famers. They just had such an impact in this community. And when he passed, he left a bequest to Catholic Charities Housing for the provision of affordable housing in the Valley. And we've been trying to put those funds to use for quite some time. And it's really coming together on this project. But one of the things that we really wanted to make sure that we honored in this was one of the cool things about Fritz was that he was an understudy of Frank Lloyd Wright. And we thought, how cool would it be to be able to instill some of those flavors, the Frank Lloyd Wright-ish flavors in the project. And as a product of the Chicagoland area, we've got a lot of different Frank Lloyd Wright buildings. I can really appreciate some of those architectural features. And when this came about, I said, this is going to be a fun project to design, and Shopworks felt the same way. So I think you'll certainly see some of those nods, the low pitched roof lines, long overhangs, brickwork, the geometry in some of the exterior. So a really handsome building for sure. But again, my promise is to speak as little as I need to in the room, and we'll leave the rest up to the experts. But again, Justin Raditz with Catholic Charities, and I appreciate your time tonight.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mallory Redman. I'm from Norris Design, and handling the landscape architecture and entitlements for this project. I'm going to walk you through a little bit more of the details. I heard your questions earlier. Hopefully I can answer those in this time. So to give you a little bit of the site context, we've got the site outlined in red here. That blue is the RE resort zoning that Watkins mentioned. And we are 1,600 feet, about a third of a mile to the nearest transit station. As part of this project, Catholic Charities Housing, we are providing transit passes to all residents. That's another added feature that we are offering for the community. So looking into the site plan itself, in this image and in all of the subsequent images you're going to see, north is facing up. So it's a little bit more oriented. To put it into context, we've got some neighbors to the east. That's the the Racket Club condos, excuse me. And then to the south is the Roaring Fork Senior community. As Watkins mentioned, this is just over half an acre site, 0.55 acres. We're proposing 34 affordable senior housing units. And you'll see in this little image up here, we've got a second level terrace. That's an amenity feature for our residents, for future residents. 42 parking spaces is what we are proposing. That's with that approved parking reduction request. That gives us 1 space per unit, along with 8 shared parking spaces. That's down here. We've got some existing features that I want to point out. Up here along 27th, this is that existing access easement, that shared access between us and the Racket Club. That is proposed to be maintained. We've also got an existing parking easement. As you see, our property line kind of cuts through the Racket Club condos parking spaces there. So we've got that access or that shared parking agreement there and a parking easement. We're not proposing to change that either. We do have a couple of pieces of existing landscaping that we're proposing to keep. Here in this corner, this big, beautiful old growth tree. There's some existing landscaping down here. Number 3 here, this is also the existing trash enclosure that the Racquet Club condos use. So the landscaping that's existing and then the proposed that we're adding down this way would assist in screening that from 27th Street. Something to point out there. And then to give you some perspectives on what this building will look like, the top image is the view from Midland Avenue. So we're south of the site as you're approaching that roundabout. And then the image down on the bottom, that's the view from 27th Street. So north, headed southwest. So before I move on to the next slide, there's several conditions of approval that the city has recommended. We're amenable to most of them. There is one condition of approval that we have some concern with, and that's that cross access that Watkins was just talking about. So I wanted to bring up an image here. The image on the left, this is our site. The outlined red, that is where the proposed cross access would be. So the aerial perspective, which is the, excuse me, the image on the left was the plan view. The image on the right is that aerial perspective. So you can see the dashed line right along here, kind of where my cursor is. That is where that alley would go. Currently, we are proposing that as landscaping, and that is going into our open space requirements. If we remove that, we are no longer meeting our open space requirements. So that's something to consider here. And I apologize, it says proposed 12-foot wide alley. I've got Stephanie Helfenbein, our engineer, on the phone here. This is going to be a 10-foot wide alley. That's my mistake in this. But I do want to ask Stephanie if she can join us. She's logged into that Zoom. Can you allow her to speak?
Yeah, I can talk, but I can't turn my video on. I'm not sure why. It's
okay, well, Stephanie, we are on slide 7.
Okay, no, I can see you guys. I just can't turn it won't let me turn my video on.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Stephanie Helfenbein. You can't see me. Sopris Engineering. Let's see. Maybe I could do it down here. There we go. Hi. Sopris Engineering, we're the civil engineers for the project. And we have been working with our design team to analyze the city's request to have this alley, the connection alley on the east side of our project from the memory care facility to the 27th Street access. When we initially looked at the access, it was proposed as a 12-foot wide access. And as we started to look at the different restrictions associated with this access, it got necked down to essentially a 10-foot wide clear zone access. And Mallory, can you go to the next slide, please? So we've got several things that are affecting the restrictions on this access. The first one is starting with the parking for the Racquet Club on the east side of this access. There's an existing curb line there that we would have to maintain so that we don't affect the parking for the Racquet Club. General engineering practice is that you don't put anything in a vertical conflict with a parking space less than 2 feet beyond the flow line of the curb. So that puts, so if you're looking at a curb line where the top of the curb is, the back of the curb from that point to the wall would be 1.5 feet, so that any vehicle that parks up against that curb could overhang that curb by essentially 2 feet, because you account for 6 inches in the back of the curb. So they don't hit in theory, hit the wall. So that's at the east side of that wall. Then stepping towards the west, our design team had their structural engineer look at a conceptual section for this wall, and that required a 1 foot wide wall. So then that puts the wall 1 foot wide, and then there's a section, let's see, which isn't really showing up on this detail. So there's the wall, 1 foot wide wall, and then 6 inches, and then this access, because it's going to be, yes, thank you. It's going to be 3 to 4 feet, well, 3 to 5 feet above the parking below it. So we would need to have a guardrail at the top of the wall to allow vehicular access to have safe passage along the east side of our building without having issues crashing down into the parking below. That guardrail would be 6 inches minimum behind west of the retaining wall. And then that guardrail has a depth of 21 inches from the back of the guardrail to the front of the guardrail. So the front of the guardrail is what starts the width of the clear zone of the access. You can see that right there, the 21 inches, and then 21 inches past that, and there's 10 feet of access before you have a very small gap between the access and the building. That guardrail also, because it's adjacent to a vertical essential drop-off, it requires a 7-foot post. 7 foot is measured from the top of the guardrail down. And we haven't had structural look at that specific concept, but just to put it in perspective, that's the view, the section view looking at that perspective. Then the footing, we go back to that again, please. Sorry, Mallory. So the footing that our structural engineer came up with, it shows that keyed footing, which protrudes into the Racket Club parking lot beyond the curb line, and it also extends into the alleyway. This has yet to be fully vetted out as far as the details of it, but this is initial concept. One thing I'd like to point out, in addition to the protrusion into the Racket Club parking lot, is, Mallory, do you have the section that I put together that shows the sewer main? It's not
I
showing.
don't have that section.
Okay, there's also a sewer main that is inside of this alleyway. The sewer main is essentially the same elevation as the bottom of that footing, and it's roughly 3 feet away from the footing. And so that would have to be reviewed and vetted with Public Works Department to determine if there was a conflict with their maintenance of their facilities if we went this route. So we set the horizontal dimensions from the parking at the Racket Club. Then I worked with the fire department this week to come up to obtain their requirements or their specifications for their ambulance. One thing that I did learn from them is that their main issue is that they have so many ambulances that come here and they have to do a 3-point turn to get in and out, that they would anticipate that this access would be used only for their ambulance. It would not be required for their fire trucks. So I analyzed this only based upon their ambulance, which this shows. So if you look at where we're starting the ambulance going in and trying to turn into this alley access, you can see that the far right side of that black line, that's the overhang of the ambulance. So the ambulance, as it comes into the access, would be in direct conflict with the guardrail that would be required to accommodate this alleyway access above the lower parking. Right now, we have a transformer proposed at this location, and I have shown the bollard. Our transformer can move. I left it there for now, just to show that it's in conflict, and the ambulance would be in conflict with either the transformer or the guardrail, regardless of the location of the if the transformer was not there, it would still have an issue with the guardrail. It can't maneuver that turn. I did also look at trying to increase the inside radius of that access to see if it would make the turning movement work better. The only way that could work is if we eliminated our handicap parking, which are required handicap parking, which we cannot do.
And as a point with that ADA space, this is an ADA van space, and due to the grade on the rest of the site, this is the only location for that ADA van space to go.
Exactly. And it was hard to get it to work there. And so that's all I have to say about the access and the wall at this location. Would you like to move to the garage entrance?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. So one of the other things that our biggest concern here is safety. The narrowness of this alley here, even if you have a standard vehicle going through, going through slowly. We have it signed for vehicles only, no pedestrians. We know that people are probably going to use that. Being 10 feet wide, CDOT's safety recommendation for roadway width to have either pedestrians or cyclists travel side by side with a car is 14 feet. So we're really concerned that there's going to be some conflicts there. The other item that we're concerned with, this image over here, I have it kind of bubbled here in orange. This is where the garage access is to our site, vehicles coming in and out. In order for a vehicle to safely be able to see, they would have to come out. You can see there's this little line right here. That's the line of sight between two drivers. You can see how far a vehicle has to pull out before they can even see. So essentially they would be looking behind to the right around that acute angle. We're anticipating some conflicts there. We're anticipating some safety issues there. One of the things that came up earlier that were some questions about the traffic memo. The traffic memo utilized affordable housing counts, which is that top line there. That's strict affordable housing. If you look in the line below it, affordable housing for seniors is a lot less. You're talking about 3 AM peak trips per day versus 13 AM peak trips per day. So when we were calculating this and accounting for this, we were accounting for a much higher volume of traffic than what we're really anticipating. So the other thing, this slide was something that Stephanie talked about in terms of the footings here for the guardrail. We really wanted to put this into perspective. So imagine you are a racket club condo owner here to the east. This is about the size of a 6-foot person scaled, now looking at a wall and a guardrail instead of a building with landscaping. It's going to make that transition. There's already a grade difference that we're working with. We're really trying to soften that transition as much as we possibly can. And landscaping is one of the ways that we do that. Removing that landscaping, now we have a very severe wall with another wall behind it and vehicles going through. Something Stephanie pointed out was that there's not a lot of gap here. You've got this 10-foot wide proposed alley, and that dimension, I know you can't read that, but that is 3 1/8 inches. That's how far between a vehicle and the building they would have. So it's coming in tight. An ambulance with their mirrors out, if someone sneezes, they could accidentally bump into the building, and there's another safety concern. We're really concerned about not having a buffer there. And then this image on the bottom, this was the image from 27th Street, that rendering perspective that we had. To give it a little bit of context, circled in red, that's the proposed alley location. Another thing that I'd like to point out here in this aerial image, there's a severe grade difference, as I've mentioned, between the Racket Club condo owners and our site. Racket Club condo owners are not going to be able to use this alley at all. There's a grade difference. So they would come out over here through the shared access, but only this Roaring Fork senior living and anyone trying to come around in a circular fashion would be able to get through. As we've mentioned, that's going to be really tight for months. So, looking at this, there's some code implications as well. Before I get to that, the other thing that we wanted to talk about, we have safety concerns for sure. There's construction impacts, like Stephanie mentioned. One of the impacts is this would add about 4 to 6 months to our schedule. One of LIHTC's stipulations is that we have building permit in hand by May. So that's something that would be a conflict that we would have to work through. This does add a significant cost to the project. The footings, the engineering, the redesign, it adds some cost. We haven't run those exact numbers, but please bear in mind that as an affordable housing project, you have a limited budget. So that's something that we have to consider. The other part of this is that right now with our proposed project, there's a limited amount of disturbance to the Racket Club condo owners. However, if we are to include this access, a lot more work has to be done. That increases their disturbance, essentially tearing up part of their parking lot, and those parking spaces would be unusable to anybody and under construction is completed.
Mallory, I'd just like to clarify one dimension. The dimension from the alley to that south corner of the building is right about 6 inches, not 3.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
6 inches is still.
It's still small.
Still tight. If you have 3 inches on either side. So looking into the approval criteria with the code, one other item I do want to mention on this access, the code section that is being referenced for this cross access is section 07040-070E. The intent behind that code section says to facilitate vehicular access between abutting developments, encourage shared parking, and minimize access points along streets. We feel like we are meeting that code section. We're meeting that intent of the code. Another sub point of the code is that the director could waive or modify this requirement for vehicular cross access if determining that cross access is impractical or undesirable because it would create unsafe conditions or impede the application of other design requirements of this code. We have 2 points of access already up on 27th and on Midland. Creating another point of access essentially would create some unsafe conditions in our opinion, both for pedestrians and vehicles. The current design, as I mentioned before, we're mitigating a lot of that transition issue. We would no longer be mitigating it, and aesthetically, it would look a lot more severe. So getting back into the compliance with the approval criteria, we are consistent with the general purpose and intent of the code. We've worked with city staff and our referral agencies to ensure that any potential impacts to the development are considered, have been mitigated for public health and safety. That second point, we believe that our site plan is consistent with the dimensional design and development and other standards of the code. We've mentioned the parts that we are not in compliance with and what we are, as applicants, willing to work with. We're happy to work, especially with this cross-access concern. We are happy to work with staff and the city on this, but we do have some really serious concerns regarding safety, along with the aesthetics. We are also consistent with any previously approved plats, PUDs, other precedented. And then in terms of the comprehensive plan, we're in compliance there. Watkins mentioned many ways that we're in compliance. We believe that these 3 ways are the biggest things, that we're providing equitable and diverse housing for the entire community. We're addressing transportation needs by our proximity to transit, offering those transit passes to residents. We are encouraging the redevelopment in an identified unrevitalized area. That is my presentation. Do you all have questions?
Thank you very much. Okay, questions? Amy beat you. Amy?
Sorry, Joy. So I asked Watkins this question earlier, but can you just speak a little bit to, affordable housing for seniors and, how that looks like give me a 10,000-foot view of that?
Sure. I would actually ask that Darcy from Blue Line come and talk to us about affordable housing. Justin, you'd rather take that one?
Come on up, Darcy.
Good evening, I'm Darcy McClure at Blue Line Development. Yes, so for the Benedict housing, what affordable senior housing looks like is 34 one-bedroom apartments, leased to people age 55 and older, with incomes between 30% and 80% of the area. So I think what that means in context from the city's guidelines is 100% of the units will be affordable. And that also helps us access the various capital stack, including the low-income housing tax credits. This property will be independent living, so we do not anticipate services on site. That's not the intention there. We will have community spaces and amenity space available for the seniors, as well as the covered parking and site.
How many square feet are these units?
These units are anywhere from 537 square feet to 550 is the average.
And I have another question back for you, but I don't know, I guess, should I?
Well, you know,
should let
I
you
get,
wait?
well, yeah, I
Just
think,
wait.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, why don't we ask questions from Miss Blue Line
Yeah.
for a bit? We have, I mean, are there other questions we have? Yeah. Yeah, Joy.
So it looks like the original plan was to have people 63 and older, is that correct? Or there was, I've just heard mention of different ages.
It's possible in the very beginning, when we were starting to draft the project, 62 and over. Typically, when we do senior projects across the state, that's usually the threshold. But after reviewing the market study information, really understanding the needs in Glenwood and the Valley, we really saw that there was a huge benefit to bringing that down to 55, which is permissible as still as senior housing with all of our funding sources. So we wanted to take advantage of that so that we can serve more folks that are really going to be in the community.
Okay. And then, shoot, I lost my question. If somebody else has one, I will remember it.
I have a question on I'll call myself a senior. So you know, 55 is that age. I mean, people are working till 65, 70, whatever sort of thing. So especially in these days, as cost of living, blah, 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 all that is up. So how does that impact, you know, your studies and that sort of thing when you say, you know, affordable housing, senior living? It's kind of how does that play? I guess that's my question.
You know, I don't have a coefficient to attach to it. What the reduction from 62 to 55, how that, you know, applies to, for example, the trip study, right? I don't know what kind of coefficient we could attach to that because presumably that data came from a blend of data sets that looked at seniors 62 and over and data sets that had seniors 55 and over. So I guess the short answer is I don't know. I don't know how it would affect that data. We just know that we hope that our residents are active, and we are trying to provide location where they can be active, but then also have access to various modes of transportation. Again, hopefully a lot of them use bikes. We're going to provide adequate storage for that. We're also providing gratis to all residents transportation passes. And then obviously we have, you know, a parking spot for every single unit in the building. So they're welcome to use any of those modes or all three of them.
Okay. Hey, Joy.
So you stated that the state has over 2,000 properties that are like this. Historically, after the 40 years required for the funding, do these become free market properties or do you guys hold them as affordable housing units?
I don't know if I mentioned that 2,000 property. I mean, maybe that number's the 2,000 that I referenced was 2,000 apartment units that Catholic Charities Housing
Units, okay.
itself oversees. And who knows, maybe that number is actually close for the state as well. But really the affordable housing restrictions, there's various layers of funding and each one has a different restriction. The high watermark or kind of the long, you know, the long pole in the tent is really the Department of Housing, the State Department of Housing. They have a 7-figure sum that they're contemplating for this project here. And along with that funding comes a requirement for that 40 to 50 year affordability requirement. as a nonprofit and a do-gooder in the community, that's something that, you know, we welcome. Anyways, of course, you know, again, we've been around for 55 years, many properties, not once have we sold one or overturned an affordability restriction, or when one lapsed itself, did we not, you know, renew it? We're not in the business of converting affordable assets into, you know, marketable market value assets. But that's just our experience.
Thank you.
Maybe.
I just want to piggyback a little bit on something you mentioned. So with because you say the seniors who live in there, do they have to be working? Like, is this a? No.
They do not.
Okay. I got confused for a second. I was like, really?
Other questions? Okay, I think open to whatever. So other questions, be fine.
I have another question for the engineer. You guys had in the city report, you know, the fire department didn't bring up the ambulance in the alley.
Right. So our engineer contacted the fire department and, you know, asked what they were anticipating using this for. And they said that they were anticipating ambulances only, not fire truck going through. A fire truck has a much more severe turning radius and given the use, the end use or the goal, we wanted to portray this as accurately as possible, which is why our dimension here shows ambulance, not ambulance and fire truck. So that was their feedback from us.
Thank
You good?
Mhm.
Hey, Carolyn.
Thanks for that presentation. I do have a few sort of parking and circulation questions about this project. I was confused at first. I was always assuming there was some sort of access way on the right-hand side of this drawing and until you guys clarified that the drawings were not showing that. So are the residents going to be assigned the underground parking? So they would always go into that parking garage from the 27th Street?
Ideally, yes. Our intent is for residents to park in the garage.
Okay, so then will guests have access to the garage?
Guests could have access to the garage for sure.
Okay.
I can imagine a scenario in which someone's coming to visit a parent and the parent doesn't drive, but they have a parking space and envision that.
Right, so the only guest parking spots are this row out in front that is, when someone's pulling in or backing out of there, they are obstructing access to the entire Renew community, right?
Yeah.
So just to clarify, so the way that the parking is currently set up, there are 25 underground spaces. There are currently on site as it exists today, 8 spaces on lot 2 that are shared with the memory care facility.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we're going to be adding 3 additional spaces adjacent to those. So you take the 25 plus you got the 3 that we're adding that are dedicated. And then also there are 6 spaces that are dedicated per that easement that we discussed that are on lot 1. So you take the 25 and then you've got the 3 and the 6 that gets you to 34 spaces for the residents, right? And then we have the 8 shared spaces, which, you know, we've been in discussions with the memory care ownership group about, you know, how that's best used to really accommodate the true nature of visitor parking.
Shared spaces, shared between this development and
the memory
Renew.
care facility, just those 2. That's right.
So that is the sum total of all the guest parking spaces for this development.
That's right.
And there's being shared with the adjacent landowner.
There's currently 8 spaces that are shared with the memory care facility. So the building effectively parks itself. If we assign 1 unit, 1 parking space to each unit.
Without guests.
Without guests. Again, the resident can do whatever they want to do with, if we assign parking spaces, maybe they don't have a car and they want to use it for guest parking. But that's right. Yes. So the 34 assigned to the 34 units and then the 8 shared spaces.
Seeing as this is a a residence for older folks. I noticed on the drawings, there are only 2 accessible parking spaces. Can you talk further about that?
Sure. So those are the requirements the city has set out, and that's what we're meeting, are those spaces.
So there's no additional requirements for like a senior center to have additional accessible parking?
Watkins is shaking his head no.
That's puzzling. A question about emergency access. Will ambulances fit in the parking garage?
Yes, they
So that the door is high enough and wide enough to allow the emergency vehicles to get in there and then turn around and get out, or would they have to back out?
they'd have to back out.
And they couldn't back out on even onto this potential alley from what it looks like with the turn.
Definitely
lanes.
not.
So they would be backing out onto the traffic of 27th Street?
Or down into the driveway that shared the driveway for the racket club. It's not anticipated they would have to come into the garage because it'd be a much quicker access for them to get to the front of the building to facilitate helping anybody that's in need. So I don't envision that they would need to come into the garage, but they could get into there.
But if they pull up the front of the building in front of the parking spaces that are shared with the adjacent property, they would probably be blocking that access road that would prevent people from getting to the adjacent property. I mean, if the ambulance had to park and there's only 8 spots, I'm thinking those spots will be taken. So where does the ambulance park while they take care of the people and still keep traffic circulation flowing on the site?
So I can't speak to their operations, but this is a 2-lane access that's on the south side of the facility that accommodates both the memory care facility and was anticipated to accommodate this building. So the ambulance would either park on the south side of that access and block that lane, and people would have to go around them, or they would park right up against the parking adjacent to the building. And people would have to maneuver the ambulance as they would in any emergency situation.
Sure, right. So they would just block one lane and then the other
Exactly.
would be available for travel.
Mhm.
I do appreciate your explanation about trying to fit this alley in. It seems like a lot of engineering, and then it further exposes the elevation of that building. I mean, that would be visible probably from Highway 82, seeing as it's a really large building. I understand the desire to have some landscape softening in there. And with the adjacent properties parking already having an easement onto this lot's property, is there any option for creating this loop that the fire department requested through the parking area of the racket club condos?
So we can't speak to that because it's not the property that we own. There are definitely challenges with that. There's a grade difference. There's storm infrastructure that's in place. I can't speak to if there's validity to that or not. I have not evaluated that as it's not our property.
Right. Well, I was thinking since there's already an easement, maybe there's room for some conversation regarding that. And I do see that.
To clarify, you're talking about going through here, this area? Where my cursor is?
Well, along the main 2-way in front of those guest parking and then over to the racket club condo parking lot to use that as a means of egress.
Oh, as in, so going back to this aerial image here, you can kind of see this is already paved.
Yep.
So you're asking if we could grade this down.
Make a transition, at least for emergency access.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have not evaluated that, and that would take quite a bit of conversation.
Right.
We've only had a few conversations with the racket club condo owner, their representative. They've been a little bit difficult to get in touch with. The biggest thing that they have come back to us and said is that they don't want anything that impedes their parking here because they feel like they are already overparked.
Okay.
I can't speak to the validity of that.
Right.
However, that's what they're telling us. And so getting them to agree to something like that would take a lot more conversation and add more time to the schedule.
Sure. Yeah. I'm wondering about pedestrian access along this alley. I mean, I think that folks from Renew and folks from this development probably will want to access the 27th Street Bridge. It probably wouldn't do much to help the emergency services at all, but if there was a pedestrian connection where that alley is that something that the applicant would consider?
We'd consider it.
Right. Oh, and the one last thing, there's a potential for confusion when a guest is entering this site, like maybe that can be mitigated with signage, but there's already a couple of different facilities accessed from closer to the roundabout. What happens if you want to go visit, Aunt Helen and you pull in the parking garage entrance? Are you going to be able to enter the parking garage? Will it be gated and secured? I mean, in some ways it makes sense to keep that locked, but then if you pull in, you have almost nowhere to turn around.
Yeah, I understand. At this point, we are not proposing that be secured. So that would just be an open in and out parking garage with no gate or arm like that.
Okay. And the building plans obviously weren't very developed yet, but that's not surprising at this state, at this phase. Where would the elevator be located? I see a lot of stairs in the lobby and, part of the reason I'm asking about accessible spaces that I'm thinking there might be folks with disabilities in here. So with the elevator, the rooms and emergency services, how will that all work together?
I'm Cameron Hemingway with Shopworks Architecture.
Hi.
Thanks so much for your time. And right where my cursor is where the elevator is located.
Okay.
And this front lobby here is at grade, and that's kind of where we would anticipate most visitor traffic.
There's 3 steps in between the lobby and the elevator.
We also have a ramp here
Okay.
off to the side that's meets the code requirements of slope.
Okay,
To get down to this lower area.
Great. And then, so from the elevator, it just goes into corridors upstairs, I'm presuming that would be wide enough that a stretcher could get around.
Yeah, that's correct. We actually have like 5-foot corridors. We try to pump those up a little bit from the required 44 inches.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Joy.
I'm wanting a refresher as to why the fire department recommended that cross point access. Was it because they didn't want the ambulances doing the 3-point turn?
I'm not sure I understand your question. This was not a request from the fire department. This was a request from city staff.
Sorry, city staff.
And then we called the fire department to confirm would they be okay? Because we're seeing a fire truck can't access this. And the fire department said that their intent would be for only ambulances to access it. But then as you see in this graphic that Stephanie put together, even an ambulance would have trouble making that turn without hitting the guardrail, transformer.
And I maybe misstated. Somebody made the recommendation through city staff, but which was the department and what was the intent?
I think engineering will have some additional comments on this. If you guys want to ask the applicant, we can have our engineering department come back up to kind of discuss this as well. And I think that might help with answering the question.
Thank you.
You done?
Yep.
Other questions? Okay, I have question, and it's probably for the architect maybe. So you heard us talk earlier about that long elevation, I think before I said Midland, but it's really on 27th Street that kind of looks like a big wall, the wall of 55-year-olds and older. And those old people. And I guess one of my questions is it sounds like per code we're okay, but I guess one of my thoughts is of ways to try to break it up so it looks when I look at the memory care facility, they have different roof things sticking out and blah blah blah, gables and all sorts of stuff sticking out to break up that long wall there. And it sounds like trees. I mean, trees would be good, but I don't know if that's going to work out. But I know you work with engineering and do the best you can. But so anyway, any thoughts on?
Yeah, we looked at the length of that, and that's about 150 feet. So that's roughly just 3 semi trailers stacked next to each other. So it is a distance, but we're really trying to break up the architecture with some rich brick detailing on the bottom, buffered by some kind of blue spruce substitute shrubbery. And then, just kind of bringing in that Frank Lloyd Wright flavor.
Yeah, I've been to Falling Water. It doesn't look like Falling Water.
No, that's
I was there last year.
maybe next time. But I guess I would draw your attention to the upper left image. We chose really not to locate the front door on 27th, despite the code requirement, because it is a pretty active, pretty busy area there, and we didn't think it was real safe for residents to enter on that side. Also, really one of the only locations where we could actually meet our parking requirement underneath the garage. As you guys saw, it's a half-acre site with myriad of easements and utilities on here. So we positioned the building away from the storm sewer to allow for the current connection to kind of make sense with that, and also just kind of fit all the program in there.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, I think that elevation looks great. I mean, so even, and I'm not the architect, and that's not my job, but just some sort of maybe something over the windows, or some sort of mass, some sort of fake massing thing that doesn't really mean anything other than.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's
Yeah,
all that I'm at. That's all.
Yeah, certainly. We're happy to kind of help work with Watkins and the city staff to kind of maybe figure out what that looks like that fits the flavor of the project, and also, of course, tries to meet that code.
But right now, when I look at this elevation, which is the lower one, that's with the landscaping. That's pretty much what it's going to look like.
Yeah, approximately.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I guess the one other question I have is, and maybe it's, so it sounds like for the fire department, which is going to be the main emergency people that come in, I mean, it sounds like almost always they'll be coming on the eight outside parking space aside up on the first floor. I mean, that's where they're going to be coming almost all the time by the memory care side.
That's our understanding, and what they've told us is that they have 300 calls a month to the memory care
Right, I
facility.
saw that.
So our assumption is that that's where they are pulling.
Right.
Per year, I'm sorry. That's a lot more.
Those people are older than 55.
Roaring Fork Senior Housing is like, no.
Okay. So do we want to ask any questions back to staff, like or should that be another conversation like what Joy was getting at? Or
I think our engineers had some comments. And then of course we have public comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Ryan Gordon. I'm the city engineer. You got to hear from all of the engineering staff today. You guys are lucky today. I just wanted to clarify how and why the comments from the fire department came up. As mentioned, they attend the memory care facility about 300 days per year. Their typical response is the chief comes with generally sort of a SUV Suburban. There's an ambulance, and there's normally a fire truck. So they have 3 vehicles that access off of 27th Street roundabout into the memory care facility. To get those vehicles back out is a challenge. And absolutely that alleyway, which we're considering an alleyway and not a roadway. So therefore the narrowness would meet our standard, is to be used as sort of an emergency egress to get a vehicle out. Obviously not the pumper truck. And while we can't make a clean sweep through with a vehicle, we do think that there's likelihood that an ambulance or the SUV, the section chief, could maneuver his vehicle out through that corridor. Appreciate Stephanie and Sopris looking at that and identifying at 10 feet. We think there's some other options to get some more space through some innovative wall designs. She was showing a stem wall. There's a cantilever wall you could do. I think there's other options to maybe get a few more inches or feet or whatever else. Was mentioned about safety coming out of that garage and any vehicles coming down that access. Again, I don't think it's not intended to be a normal through through road. Obviously, people will do what they want to do, so you can't prevent people, but you know, we could put a mirror on the outside, leaving the memory or leaving the Benedict that you could, you know, visually see down that pathway. Again, it's narrow, it is tight. There is a wall that's there. There's a wall there currently as well, just to clarify that. So speeds are not going to be very fast coming down. So we think there are some safety risks, but there are some benefits with that through traffic option. And that's generally the reason why we like to have that is, as again, multiple points of access, to be able to get in and out as necessary. I do think your comment regarding how a fire truck or an ambulance would access through the garage is pertinent. Currently, the solid waste facilities, the traffic is in the garage, and so I think that movement is also somewhat challenged. I think I understand from the applicant that the process would be to roll out the dumpster manually to the dump truck and then dump it. And again, that turning movement will be challenging given the proximity from the entrance of the garage to 27th Street. So there are other some concerns, but again, that's the rationale why we came up with the thought for the access. And so happy to answer more questions, but again, that's kind of the reason why came up with that.
Okay, Joy.
I guess my only question to your comments is, do we feel like we're burdening the applicant with something that maybe is a memory care facility issue? Assuming that we may not have the trips that the memory care, you know, we don't have the same issues that that facility does. And so putting that burden on the applicant may seem extraneous. I don't know.
I suppose, but again, you know, I think the condition exists because of the additional buildings and additional people. So I don't know if I can opine quite on that burden, but just looking at the tightness of the memory care facility and then the additional buildings, there is a consideration to consider additional access.
And so if we didn't change, add that access point, then they would just function as they are currently.
They would, right. So again, that turning movements for the emergency vehicles would be currently what they are right now.
Because they don't access the proposed parcel for any sort of turning.
Correct. Yeah. Right now, the parcel that the Benedict is proposed on is disconnected from the memory care facility. So therefore they don't utilize that empty lot right now for anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Joy. Any other questions for Ryan? Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions for the applicant? I've been requested to take a little break, a biological break for, what do you think, maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, so we're adjourned until, let's say, 8:10 by that big clock on the back there. Okay, we're gonna reconvene our session here. So next we have public comment. And the way it works is you have, when you come up, state your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes to, say what you have to say. And typically there's a little timer that's up there. Do we want to just kind of help people out? But okay, Watkins will take that. Okay, so we're open for public comment.
Hi, my name is Winter Cordy. I live at 2706 Midland Avenue, part of the Racket Club condominiums. And I was a little nervous and didn't want to miss things, so I'm going to read it. Although I feel like everything I learned tonight, some of this might not be relevant, so bear with me. I don't have a team of developers here like they did, but I do have some neighbors. So thanks to y'all for being here. I'd like to start by stating how frustrating the lack of inclusivity has been with this developer. In September, our HOA was contacted via email stating how eager the developers were to collaborate with us to ensure the development aligned with our interests and needs. Following this, with multiple attempts to meet with them, nothing has happened. They canceled and have not communicated with us until recently. Many of the things that I saw tonight, we've heard of and seen for the first time. We feel that the size and scope of this project is excessive for this spot. Traffic congestion and flow, excessive height and size, and safety are our top concerns. No building around us is 4 stories. So why is this one? While our community is 4 stories, we're also built into the ground on the bottom 2 levels. Cottonwood Landing, the terraces, Penrose Plaza, and the new development next to Penrose Plaza are all 3 stories. Developers have crammed as much as they can on this piece of property. I see in the city code that this is technically allowed, but as I tell my daughter, just because you can doesn't mean that you should. The proposal states the development will have 34 units with only 42 parking spaces, although through the presentation tonight, I'm still not sure where all those spots are. The argument as to why so few spots seems to be related to this being senior housing, which the developer is defining as 55. At 55, I will have an 18-year-old who will be a senior in high school, living at home with me, and many more years remaining to work. It's a farce to believe these units will be single occupant seniors with 1 or no car. These seniors will likely be joining us in our daily commute, which brings me to my next major concern. The proposal, most residents entering the property from the Racket Club existing driveway. There's nothing in the plans to mitigate where or how 2 different communities merge onto the same driveway from completely different angles, battling both incoming and outgoing traffic from Midland within the driveway before even reaching the road to try and exit onto Midland, which already is a challenge itself. It's unsafe. Additionally, there's no planned pedestrian access to the entire entrance on the 27th Street portion. We have children riding bikes, residents walking their dogs, and residents walking to and from the bus stop all throughout this area. How can we ensure their safety? And in addition, one of the images that I saw, the way that's going to tower over that area, it's going to be, when you turn into our driveway, it kind of dips down immediately. It's going to be an ice skating rink. It's going to be a major concern, and snowplows getting in there to take care of that's also a concern. So these are our day-to-day concerns. However, what then happens when everyone needs to exit this tiny driveway at the exact same time due to an emergency? We're all going to be merged, funneling out the same way with no plan to even exit our own driveway. I'd like to close with inviting you to put boots on the ground at our home so you can see for yourself from our view what it's going to look like to have this in our backyard. Thanks, Liz.
Okay. Thanks, Winter.
Hello, my name is Travis Lee. I live at 2704 Midland Avenue. I have concerns. I think it's pretty obvious to see that this is a really large building in a really small area. I don't think that we have the ability to be able to do this safely. I think this concern has been brought up by experts here today. I think we're going to see a lot of people crossing an incredibly busy, turning into a highway at this point in the morning. And we're not going to have the resources in order to show up, be able to help those people if they're in. We've heard today that we're not going to be able to have easy access from our first responders. There is trouble. First responders are going to have trouble exiting, slowing response rates. I just feel like this is something that's a concern for people people in an emergency situation or maybe causing a bigger problem than helping it. I think if it's smaller, it makes a lot of sense. I think right now it's just too big. We're not accommodating.
Thanks, Travis.
Off at 326 Second Street, Glenwood Springs. Architect and land planner. Working in Glenwood for over 50 years. I was associated at one time with Fritz Benedict. We had offices in this complex in Aspen. I don't think he would like this project much, so I considered it a little bit of an affront to his memory. But so be it. I believe the project is well over dense, probably somewhere around 48%. Just listening to all of the comments tonight, I didn't come here for this. I came here for the next item on the agenda. So excuse my preparing. I totally underline everything. The previous comments. I've owned land adjacent over the condos across the street. I know the complexity there. My wife was a client in Renew, memory care. She's not there now. And for years I visited her on a daily basis. So I gotta tell you, I know this property. I go back to when it was a tennis club. Okay. So I compliment the team. They're good engineers, they're good architects. I'm surprised Catholic Charities is cramming the density. They shouldn't be doing this. I do believe it's somewhere around 48%. Too dense. I think unfortunately it's the city's job to get it down to where it should be. And thank God we don't have a free market developer who will take us to court. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dean.
I'm Daryl Grosjean. I live at 2701 Midland Avenue. I'm in unit 112 of the terraces. I've been a resident there for 3 years. And in that time, I walked my dog every day, oftentimes with some of the residents, racket club. And I always walk my dog around that traffic circle. I happen to be in building number 1, which is the closest building to this project. And I also am on the first floor, which is the lowest unit of the project. And even then, overlooking the memory care, I can see over the tops of the building. So even though I'm not within the designated area to receive notice for this, I felt that it was helpful for the Planning and Zoning Commission to realize that all of those residents of the units to the west are not impacted by the height of this building any more than they are from the height of the Growing Fork Senior Care, which no matter how pretty it looks, it's still higher than what this project is. So I don't have any objection to this project. I find walking this every day, I can see that I can walk across the designated walkways, crosswalks, and not go down to access that the Roaring Fork, the Racket Club uses to get in and out. I wouldn't access that way because the crosswalks are within 100 feet of that intersection. Anyone from this project will need to go to that designated crosswalk and not the jaywalking situation. I'm sure that would be preferred by any resident there. So thank you for this comment.
Thank you, Daryl.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Thomas. I'm the Executive Director at Roaring Fork Senior Living, the senior living community that used to be called Renew. Now it's called Roaring Fork Senior Living. It is an assisted living and memory care community operated by the company that I work for, Ascent Living Communities. It's Denver. My main purpose here is just to introduce myself and make myself available if any of you want to come out to the property and for any reason associated with your consideration project, so forth. You'd be welcome to contact me, and I can be happy to. But to also let you know what our community is about. That is there are two buildings there, as you know, when you pull in on the left is this building. This is our assisted living building. Lots of texture there, of course. Job there. The perspective, if you were standing there holding the camera, the building behind you would be the memory care building. So there are 60 apartments in the assisted living building, which is again what you're looking at here. And then 24 apartments in the memory section of senior living. So as I mentioned, it's operated by the company I work for, Ascent, and it is owned by Roaring Fork Senior Realty representative. Speaking. Just a little bit about our company. I operate the community with 51 other employees. Parking wise, you know, we generally have about 30 employee cars at any given point in time during the day. Most evenings are a bit quieter. There are less folks there. There are about 30 different companies and vendors that supply our operation. They tend to take around 7 or 8 parking spots a day at peak. Families and friends come to visit our residents. There'll be a maximum of 99 residents in the community when it's full. They'll take around 7 or 8 or 10 spaces a piece. So if you add all those together, it adds up to about 45 parking spaces. If you exclude those parking spaces on the north end of the building, which will be shared or dedicated to the adjacent property being developed or considered, we have about 42 parking spaces. So that could potentially be the limited parking there could potentially be a problem for us. Monthly resident meetings when we invite the families of the residents in for a large group meeting or birthday party. We had a resident birthday party for Hal Sundin. Many of you might know Hal. He had 38 vehicles that were in the parking lot just for him. It's a bit of a problem for us.
Okay, Jerry, your time's getting.
My time is up?
Yep.
Okay. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know that if you care to come out to the community, you'd be more than welcome to do that. Thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Jerry.
My name is Mark Belanger. I represent the owner of the property that's operated at senior level. Director will attest our initial impression of the project vehemently opposed. We've come around on that. We believe that Justin and design team did a very incredible job on designing a project could fit on this site. Our fear is that it still, its current configuration is too massive for this site. 4-story massing was our initial objection. We think that could work, but it's the real problem that stems from is that we have one main issue here. It's a lack of parking capacity. As Jerry just went through some of the drivers of our parking, you can see that we're maxed out without sharing shared spaces with the lot 2 owner developer who has a right to share some of those spaces and has a dedicated allotment of 6 spaces as well. But the problem is that the 2 operations combined is going to overwhelm the parking capacity on these 2 lots. So what we want to point out is three things. One, that the applicant has stated that it is in compliance with the prior plat. We believe that that's not the case. We believe that the prior plat, Stony River Minor Subdivision 15, prohibited access at the north end of the site. And it was designed specifically to drive all traffic for both lots, our lot 2 and our lot 1, through the shared driveway. And that was reinforced through an easement that was granted to our lot. So our issue is that if the plan is built as proposed, it will violate the easement, introduce a new point of access. Prior plat conditions required to be introduced. Some of this is we are very willing to work with the developer to make this a reality, but there's not enough parking capacity in the current plan. We propose to get some additional capacity offsite. That happened by the either permit the alleyway as suggested by the engineers, or in some other fashion make it workable, but as it's currently planned.
Okay. Thanks, Mark. Any more people from the public? Is there anyone online? Looks like there's nobody with their hands raised, so okay, I'll close public comment. I guess we come back to us. We want to start with a motion and then talk from there. That's kind of how we need to go, right? Hey, Amy.
Okay, so, should I do it on action 1?
Well, I think there's only one action.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I think that's a good idea to do it on action 1.
So I would make a motion to approve with conditions, recommend approval, sorry. With conditions. That staff recommends, suggested conditions on page 18-19. And yeah, that's it.
I think that's
sufficient, right?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Okay, do I have a second on that or?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second by Joy. Okay, now let's have some conversation. You ready to push your button? Okay, well, I'll start with kind of one question I have. So on the, I know that the parking was approved before. I guess a question, I don't know if it's kind of for the applicant or whatnot kind of thing, but it's, I know we're kind of past that, but it's, so they're 1-bedroom places, but you could have a couple, there could be 2 cars. So, and I don't know, is there any kind of lease thing that says you can only have 1 car per apartment, so you know that there's restriction on that? And I don't know. I guess the question I have is on density of cars, of how many people are in there. If there's a husband and wife, you're 55 more than likely. If you're married or have a partner, you have 2 people. I mean, that's kind of a question I just kind of have, but I don't know if there's
we're able to ask questions anymore.
I think for a little bit of guidance from, Hannah's staff, probably, I would just point out that keeping in mind, you're talking about 30 to 80% AMI. So when you're thinking about who's living there and what income level is going to be there, how many people are in the apartment, it's not you. I guess
Right.
is what I'm saying.
Probably 3 or 4 people in there for that price.
On the backs of that, I suppose I would mention, as the director, I made a decision on parking reduction, so that does stand for this application.
Okay. Okay.
We're recommending body on this, possible. So, ultimately, I mean, I think I'd just like to say, it's.
Oh,
I'd just like to say it's extraordinary to see such, a really truly affordable housing project come through. And particularly for seniors, this is a sector of our community that we have not been able to touch with any of our projects at all. And so while I do have, some pretty significant concerns around parking, I'm not sold on that access point necessarily, but I'm not the expert. I would trust our city engineers on that. But for me, this project is pretty monumental for what it's going to provide to our community. And that's kind of, I'm seeing the benefits outweigh some of the things we're giving up regarding design and infill. Of course, if we could relocate it, I would love to see that, but that's just not the reality. And I know a lot of time, money, effort put into this to even get it before us. And I'm just thrilled to see it here. So.
okay, thanks, Joy. Carolyn?
I also would like to thank the applicant and Catholic Charities. This is a much needed development in our community. A few of my top concerns over it, I guess I would say, are one, parking, but our hands are tied on that. The only thing we can do is keep existing parking and suggest reducing the number of units, thereby making the parking potentially more useful. I think the explanation about abandoning the alley for vehicular use makes a lot of sense. I think if that does remain landscaped, I think the overall project will have a much better appearance. And the other thing that's brings me a mild concern is that the age of 55. I would just fear that we're going to have a lot of people who are still working in our community wanting to move in here, where I think the main aim of this is to get older folks in our community to move out of their larger houses, to downsize and to have some place that they can sort of age in place. And lowering that age threshold, I think, is going to attract, well, a lot of the population for this price range, because frankly, these are priced really, really well. So I commend the planners for this project on getting this far. And those are basically my few concerns: the overall mass, the parking per unit, and the age. Thanks.
Amy?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner White and Commissioner Sibley. I mean, we haven't had an application like this. We are a recommending body. This is going to go before the council. But we have never really seen anything, to address senior housing. I do have concerns around the parking, but again, that is not something, our hands are tied as far as like the mass or just like the structure of the project itself. And council will probably base some recommendations, based on, current discussions, I think, with the emergency vehicles and safety, to ensure all that. But I'm really excited about something like this. I mean, it's not, I know it would be great if we could pick it up and move it over, to a different spot, but this is the spot that the developer picked, and kudos to Catholic Charities. I know 55 does seem so young because we're a young community. We're a young, healthy community, but not every community is as young as and healthy as we are. And, you know, most retirement communities are 55. I mean, my brother lives in one. He's, you know, he's not much older than me. So, you know, this is much needed, and this is a really good innovative way to support senior housing in our community. So I appreciate everything, and thanks for all the public comment. I know it's hard. Thanks. That's it.
I guess, maybe it's fixed, but I would kind of reiterate what Carolyn has said, which is, I feel like 55 is very young, and if the applicant could reconsider, and maybe it's not something they could do this late in the game, but I would almost urge them to push that back up to 62, just because we truly are a young community, and really, if the goal is to target true seniors, I think that there is going to be more than sufficient need for that demographic in our community.
Thank you. Carolyn?
Did this development not have a requirement for a variety of housing types? They're all one bedroom?
That's right. It does not in sense,
Because it's 100% affordable, we are not requiring a diversity of housing types. Okay, thanks. It's like a 2-bedroom here or there and could help solve the parking problem and allow for guests or caregivers, but I understand that.
Greg, you have any comments?
Thank you, and really appreciate the depth of treatment to this and the application. This is, just echo a lot of the sentiments expressed here. I will be supporting recommendation on the motion, but I do think there are some very valid points that were brought up in public comment that would be nice to see the applicant bring forward between now and then when they put this in front of council. One, I think the point brought up about the common egress point between the racket club and this project is something to look at and consider about how that flow internally will be addressed. And also the invitation to collaborate. I think we heard that expressed from a number of folks in here, adjacent landowners, that they've come around, they're supportive, but they would also like to see some broader discussion that is more inclusive of them and relates to that broader swath of ground there and the several properties and interests located there. So that's what I have. Thank you.
That's good. Thanks, Greg. Any more? Okay, I guess my comments kind of echo what other people said. I think the age, the 55, I agree with what Carolyn said and Joy and other people. And I agree with what Gregory said on the collaboration. I'll just throw it out to Catholic Charities. I think it'd be good to have another meeting with obviously the memory care people and the racket club. And, I'm sure you've already done your due diligence of having your public meeting, but I think as a good neighbor, it would be good. I think that's a good thing to do to try to make something work. I think the wishbone thing kind of coming out on the 27th is difficult. I mean, I understand here's how it goes, but it's like a new thing added onto the racket club people. And so I think trying to figure out how you be good neighbors and work together. I agree with what Gregory said. And I'm assuming that LIHTC, when you do the LIHTC application, that your hands are probably kind of tied from what you already went through and did. So you probably can't reduce units or make changes like that. Maybe can't even make changes on the age. I don't know, because you probably have restrictions for your monies that you have. But I thought that was a good comment as well. And I'm kind of with the I'm not a big proponent of the alley to try to make the whole thing work, and I know it's not ideal, but trying to make the whole site project work, I'm kind of in that realm. But again, I'm with whatever the fire department and the and city engineering kind of comes up with. So there's my 2 bits, I guess, as well. So do we have any, I guess vote on the motion. So what we're voting on is we're approving it, but we're recommending that it goes forth to council, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's call for the vote. What am I
I think we're
missing?
gonna, yeah, I think we might, did we fix the board or are you doing roll call?
We're doing a roll call vote.
Yeah. No, we don't know. We're not yelling. You were going to push the. little
I'll be
buttons.
calling you. Nope, no buttons.
It's just going to be a verbal vote. Technical difficulties.
Oh, it'll be a verbal vote?
It'll be a verbal one, so verbal roll call.
Oh, because the other ones,
The other one is down right now, so.
Over to Jim.
Okay,
Over to Jim.
concerning the question, Commissioner Cowan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner Connerton,
Yes.
Commissioner Waller,
yes.
Commissioner Sims,
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
The item passes unanimously for recommendation to council.
So thank you, everyone, for your time, your hard work, and your concerns.
Super excited.
Okay. Next. Okay, the next item we have is planning file 45-23, matters of state interest. 1041 permit application and location and extent, Excel Energy Mitchell Creek line.
I'm just going to go get the applicants so
Excel.
they come in. And
Okay.
They've been waiting outside.
What did
Give
I
me
say?
1 minute.
Excellent.
The most excellent.
I do. It's on page 434.
No idea.
It's not old, Greg, remember that. Respect your elders.
And this is what I see.
I know, I can't drive 50.
All right. Thank you so much, commissioners. Hannah Klausman, Community and Economic Development Director, here tonight to try out a brand new application for you guys. If we can get everyone settled here, right? Thanks, Commissioner Sipperly. So I know you guys looked at a very hefty packet, so I appreciate your attention to this matter. I'm going to try to be brief in explaining this new application that you haven't seen before. Obviously, you've seen the application materials from the applicant, who has a whole team here as well, and we'll get through this together. So this is for planning file 4523, which is the Excel Energy line rebuild, which is a matters of state interest permit. I will also be referring to that as a 1041 permit. It's just referencing the state legislation that this came from that allows us to do this. So a little bit of background. This is something that was adopted by City Council in 2022. And this is in Article 7080, and it's referred to as Guidelines and Regulations for Matters of State Interest. I've included the purpose and intent of this specific section of code as it relates to the application before you. Staff did determine that this project fell under these guidelines as it refers to major facilities and public utilities and the construction of said facilities. So normally this would come to you guys as a location and extent review application. In our new regulations, we are able to process these simultaneously. So you will be a recommending body again to City Council. And the location and extent process, we've just combined this with our matters of state interest. So it's going to be all as one. If you have questions on that, I'm sure our city attorney can help me in explaining some of those finer nuances as well. So again, Planning Commission will be making a recommendation to City Council to approve on this project.
Or continue or deny.
Yes, you do have. Thank you. I'm as tired as you are. You do have your normal options in recommendation to council of approving with conditions or denying making those recommendations. Thank you, Commissioner White, keeping me on my toes. So I'm going to give you a very brief project summary here. I have an image as well as some of the points. This is referring to a 2.25 mile segment of the transmission line. This is an existing electric line that Xcel Energy owns and operates currently. This is an original line from the 1940s that had some upgrades in the 1960s, but the purpose for this project is this has come to the end of its life. And so this is an upgrade for that line. Replacing and constructing the existing poles, there will be a difference in the type of pole. We've included images in your staff report, and I'll show those in just a moment. And then some of the aspects of this, there are quite a few poles that will be increasing in height. And also for this construction, the easement that Xcel Energy owns along this line will need to be increased from 30 feet to 60 feet. So that involves a lot of the private property owners along the way. The applicant can also further explain what that process looks like in gaining easements and negotiations with private property owners. As I pointed out in your staff report, City of Glenwood Springs is also one of those property owners. So we are in the process as well as the other property along this line. So just in case people at home can't quite see the image, this is starting North Glenwood area by the Glenwood Hot Springs, by the Glenwood Hot Springs Resort, and extending along North Glenwood and then dropping down to what we refer to as the Mitchell Creek substation, coming down off of Donegan, crossing over the river to that station. If you guys want to evaluate more points on the map, we can certainly dig into that with some of the applicant material. I included their graph, which is in their application, that highlights the poles, the existing heights of the poles, and how much those poles are either increasing or decreasing in height. You can see they've highlighted some in green that either have zero height change or will be up to 3.5 feet reduced. So there are 6 poles by my count that are remaining the same or being reduced by up to 3.5 feet. The rest of the poles that are in blue, if you can see that, have increases that range from 2 feet to 50 feet, with the majority being closer on that higher side. So I also included existing poles vary from 26 feet to 101 feet tall, and our new pole heights are going to vary from 54 to 101 feet tall. So you can see a significant increase there in the height that these poles will be on that side. I've included the diagram here. The current existing line has wood poles, and this is the new steel monopole design. It is a weathered steel, so it will take on a more rustic or earth-toned color over time, as the applicant points out in their application. Part of 1041, as you've seen in this very massive application, is the review of alternate route consideration. So I did want to point out in their application, they do explain that they reviewed an underground route possibility, as well as alternate alignments as well. And these have been extensive conversations with staff on how those alternate route considerations were completed. So the applicant can speak further to that if you have questions on how they arrived at the overhead component as well as the current alignment as well. So rebuilding the line in its existing alignment was identified as their preferred alternative. They've further explained that in Appendix A. So let's get to the education on how this process works, as it's a little bit different. You might have noticed that the criteria for approval of a 1041 permit is very extensive. You have 19 points for consideration. Staff did an analysis of this and provided comments in your staff report. So I am going to go through these fairly quickly just because this is a brand new application. I do want you guys to be familiar with the points that you're reviewing your possible recommendation on. So review criteria for a 1041 permit includes consideration of the health, welfare, and safety of the residents of the city, general conformance with the comprehensive plan and any of our other adopted plans, that the project is financially feasible, not subject to significant risk from natural hazards, not have a significant adverse effect on the capability of local governments to provide infrastructure and services. The project will not have a significant adverse effect on the quality or quantity of recreational opportunities and experience, will not significantly degrade air quality, will not significantly degrade existing visual quality, will not significantly degrade surface water quality, will not significantly degrade groundwater quality, will not significantly degrade wetlands and riparian areas, and not significantly deteriorate soils and geologic conditions. The project will not cause a nuisance. The project will not result in unreasonable risk of releases of hazardous materials. Urban development and population densities and site layout shall be accomplished in a manner that will prevent the pollution of aquifer recharge areas. Reasonably necessary to meet projected community development and population demands in the area to be served by the project. Constructed in such a way which will result in the proper utilization of existing facilities or systems. Economic impacts, including taxable property, licensed and permitted facilities, and recreation have been identified and will be compensated for or mitigated. So that is the list for your criteria and also the list that staff provided in your staff report. I will point out a little bit from our comprehensive plan as that's identified as one of the criteria. We do have goals that support the project, promoting long-term sustainable and diverse economic development. Obviously, the provision of electric service is important to a functioning society in Glenwood Springs. Maintain Glenwood Springs as a regional tourism, retail, commercial, and governmental center of Garfield County. Again, the provision of fast and reliable electric service is important to those components. We did point out some policies and actions within the comprehensive plan that also support direct growth to areas where utilities and services can be provided efficiently. Obviously, this is an efficient provision of electric service to Glenwood residents and beyond. Work to mitigate wildfire hazards is also an identified action, and the applicant does identify how that is achieved with this project of a reduced wildfire risk. So staff finds the proposals to be in general conformance with the comprehensive plan and our other city adopted plans. You'll see referral agencies have comments included in your packet. That is mostly from our internal departments. Engineering, Public Works, and Electric departments have submitted comments which are included. The applicant has also been in contact with Colorado Department of Transportation, Union Pacific Railroad, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and also United States Fish and Wildlife Services. They have not received significant comments back from those agencies, but staff has requested, if comments are received, that we are notified, and also that we are given evidence of any of the permits required by those agencies in connection with this project. All that is to say, staff is recommending approval of the combined location and extent permit and 1041 application for Excel's line rebuild with suggested conditions and recommended findings on pages 7 through 9 of the staff report, which I've also included here if we would like to go over. A lot of this is referencing staff comments made in that attachment that the applicant address the comments. A lot of those are from our engineering department, who is still here to talk about this. So if you have questions for them, we can refer those. And also our standard development requirements that we have in timelines of prior to building and grading permits, prior to final plans, as well as prior to issuance of a building permit. And I can go over any of those if you have questions. So with that, I know I'm giving a brief overview on a very large application. So I will take questions. I've got engineering and Matt Langenhorst is still here from Public Works. And then the applicant has a brief presentation. We can take public comment and get to your discussion. So thank you very much.
Greg.
Thank you. So I guess just in my head, is this essentially a continuation of what we saw in Glenwood Canyon these last couple of years with pole replacement, updating? Is it just a continuation of that?
I do believe that this is a larger project Excel is taking on. I would have to refer to them on exact parameters of their extension, but this is going beyond just this segment that we're looking at. It is happening in the canyon and will continue towards Parachute, but they can answer exactly how long this line is, but they've been working on it.
Okay. And then do we know, to the extent, if any, we'll be seeing traffic holds or river stoppage while things are overhead?
There is not river stoppage planned. They have some access components to placement of the poles and some helicopter activity that I'm going to let the applicant explain a little bit further to address that question.
Okay. But I'm sorry, but as far as the like interstate and other traffic, some temporary hold, I guess probably analogous to what we saw in the canyon.
Yes, I think there is some activity around when the helicopters are delivering the poles. I do not actually remember if I-70 is a hold, but we do have some other components. So
okay, thank you.
Joy.
Did the city identify areas where,
Joy, you're not there.
oh, sorry. Okay. Did the city identify areas where the visual impact would be the greatest?
I believe the applicant included some visual perspectives in their application with those pole heights.
And it was pretty, it was pretty offensive. Visually.
Yes, obviously that is one of the components that I highlighted for you as probably the most, let's say, concerning aspect of the changes in the poles. And they can certainly speak to those perspectives. So they will be taller poles. They will be a little bit different looking. So there are visual impacts that staff did recognize within that analysis as well.
And then I guess my follow-up question on that is, would there ever be a hybrid version of this plan implemented where you could do underground in some higher visible areas, and then, you know, poles in other areas where it's more consistent with maybe a commercial industrial type feel?
So I will let the applicant further the discussion on that alternate route and why they did not go with underground. It was something that staff asked for that analysis to be done. Significant construction costs is one of those in there, and also disruption to actual property on private property as well that's involved with undergrounding a line. As I'm not a technical expert on that matter, I'm going to let them address that as well. I do not believe that a hybrid model is something that is considered financially feasible or feasible in other aspects.
Okay. And then with these expansion to the easements, how does that typically work? Is it like an eminent domain type situation where they are automatically granted that, or do they negotiate financially with these property owners?
Excel has been negotiating with each and every single one of the private properties along the line, including the city of Glenwood Springs. And we do have that as a condition of approval or condition before they start, before we will issue any building permit, that they have all of those negotiations finalized and recorded.
Okay. And we did see that list of all the property owners that they're negotiating with.
What if one person says, if they say no?
I will defer to city attorney.
I was going to say, the applicants speak to this too. They do because they're a public utility, power of eminent domain. And so they will get the easements that they need. It's just a question of timing and process.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I did see a comment in there about the magnetic field study and the potential for increase up to 115,000 volts, I guess, for future impact. And there was a comment that maybe the study should be conducted at that higher level to see what the impact would be. Is that something that we would add to our conditions for approval, or?
You certainly could. The project as proposed right now is not going to increase the voltage on the line. It's going to stay at 69 kV. I totally know what that is.
KV, thank you,
but
for-
it
I
has-
don't even.
Exactly. The upgrade has the opportunity that line could be upgraded to a higher voltage in the future. So if you wanted to attach a condition or a recommendation of a condition that at the time that voltage changes,
we require a study.
we require additional analysis, then that's perfectly acceptable.
Thank you.
Okay, Amy.
Oh, Joy asked 3 of my questions. With the Department of Wildlife, because there's that herd of bighorn right there, I'm surprised that they haven't chimed in.
The bighorn.
Yeah, the bighorn. I don't know, it seems like they live right along that little line.
And I believe at time of staff report, we had checked with Excel to see if there were comments received from that agency. And I believe that they additionally reminded them as well. The applicant addressed that, but we cannot force the agency to give comments.
No.
But none have been received at this time.
And then I was gonna have the same kind of questions for the applicant on the helicopter.
Okay.
Other questions?
Is the city being required to fund any of this, or is this all Excel
Yes.
Energy?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Wait, hold
Oh. Oh, sorry.
I guess just speak to the local use. Is this like a transmission that's going elsewhere, or do you know the extent that this project is going solely to Glenwood Springs or feeding Glenwood Springs?
No, this is just a segment along their entire line that spans all of Colorado.
The circuit is very, very long, so it just depends on how
Very
you
long.
talk about it,
Okay.
but,
This is a small segment, and we will also have another segment that will be coming in later.
Right.
We'll get to do this again on the next segment that is still within city of Glenwood Springs, but then heads west.
But I guess where I'm at is like Glenwood Springs taps into this transmission line for service.
I think it's best to talk to the applicant about how that
Okay.
interacts with their this transmission line versus the lines that feed us, because we do use Public Service of Colorado and Excel for transmission of power.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm spacing that. I apologize.
No, it's a
Sorry.
great question. And Matthew Langhorst, formal.
Yes.
Matt Langhorst from Public Works can also speak to this if we have more questions of that nature, but the applicant.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Hannah. Now the applicant, please.
well, thanks everyone for sticking around to talk about this. My name is Jennifer Tester. I'm the manager of our siting and land rights group with Excel Energy here in Colorado. So in that role, I oversee projects like this, both from the permitting and land acquisition side. We have with us today a large team behind me and a couple of folks on the to answer the questions. So if I'm not able to do that, I will call upon them to offer their input as well. So Hannah provided the background on this already. About a 2.25 mile line between Glenwood and Mitchell Creek substations that we are rebuilding in its entirety. Built in the 1940s, some portions replaced in the 1960s, and the rebuild route is proposed to follow the existing alignment. So no deviations there. Different map here, not on aerial, to hopefully be able to visualize a few things a little bit differently about that. In addition to the easement that Hannah mentioned, we also have temporary construction easements that will allow us space to complete that rebuild. Those are highlighted on the map here in yellow. 2 of those will be used as helicopter fly yards for the project. So we do intend to use a helicopter for portions of the construction to help expedite that and limit impact. Those are the 2 larger areas here, and let's see if the cursor will show up. So the area here just east of Traver Trail, and then the area here west of Drive. We have a variety of access needed for construction and operation and maintenance of the project. Those access routes are highlighted here in the kind of purple dashed line, maybe a little hard to see. That includes both walk-in and like a mini excavator access, as well as truck access, where we're using that for pole placement, as well as digging the holes that the poles are placed in. Generally speaking, the permanent components here are the poles themselves, the conductor wire strung on those poles. We will have some limited permanent access routes that we'll need for operation and maintenance of the line. And then in certain instances, there's some grading needed around poles that would be proposed to remain. So Hannah had the poles, pole diagrams on in her presentation. As noted, the line will be operated at 69 kilovolts moving forward, and that is its current operating voltage as well. We have several different pole types that are needed for this project. Each pole is designed for the location that it's placed in. So most of the poles will look like the one on the very right in the yellow box. Still, all of them single poles, and what really changes is the configuration, the way the insulators are placed on there, based on whether it's in line or turning the route. The H-frame pole that's on the left side there will only be used at the Colorado River crossing. That's to keep the same elevation of the wires and the poles as it goes across the highway and river. Few factors that really help us design these poles includes just their general location, the terrain, what the soil conditions are. So we can conduct geotechnical studies, for example, to help us learn more about that. The span between the poles and the elevation change between them as well. Where the line turns, we will have foundations. There'll be concrete foundations, and the remainder will be directly embedded. So a lot of words on a slide, which is generally, but important to share with you all here. What our existing poles are on the left-hand column here, what's changing and why, and then what the rebuilt poles will look like. So kind of moving down that list. The current poles are wood. We are replacing with steel poles that matches our current design standards and offers wildfire protection. They'll hold up better in the event of a wildfire. There'll still be that rust color or self-weathering steel, so they won't be the gray poles that you've seen in other places. They'll look a little more like wood. The current easements generally are 30 feet wide as noted. We are working for that 60 feet right away for the line, provide that clearance that's necessary, but also to provide our ability to construct the line or rebuild it. The pole heights Hannah addressed there is noted. So many are increasing in height. That again is to comply with the current design standards, which includes the addition of a static wire on top that offers lightning protection for the line, and also additional wildfire protection of that lightning protection wire. Ground access for maintenance is a little challenging in this area, as you can imagine, and maybe even know. So we have tried to limit the impact by creating less new access on the ground, blading in new roads, dumping a lot of gravel, by utilizing helicopters to move poles into place. Trucks, if we use those to transport most of them to the location, will require great access improvements, very wide and very little slope. So the helicopters allow us to move the pole sections much more quickly and less time that we're doing construction. As noted in the bottom line, our easements, many date back to the 1920s even though the line was constructed in the 40s. And so we are securing the additional permanent easement rights as well as the construction easement as well. We've had some questions on the project about vegetation management. So we already manage and maintain our existing right-of-way for vegetation down the line. That can include some pruning of trees, mowing and removal, depending on what our vegetation management groups determine when they're out doing a review of the line. We don't anticipate a significant amount of new clearing. There will still be some required, but because we already have that maintained, it'll be very limited in scope and very selective. All areas will be restored once construction is completed to their currently existing condition as best we can, or in coordination with the landowners. Where we do have to remove vegetation like trees, we've communicated with those landowners about that need. So construction access, as I mentioned, we're utilizing public roads and private roads and access routes where we can. Those have been identified on the map and in the application. We have some areas where we have improvements generally on private property, not in the public right-of-way. We have very limited new access routes to be constructed or to be improved. As I mentioned, we're trying to limit that disturbance, so we're using helicopters for as much as we can. I think our construction quite a bit for this project. So that ground and helicopter access is needed for construction, and then certain access needed for operation and maintenance of the line. So maybe what everyone wants to know is how we're going to actually rebuild this line and what that takes. So again, I mentioned those temporary construction easements. The two that we have for the fly yards are also what we would consider material staging. So we would move material to those yards to disperse it along the line, especially using a helicopter to fly the pole out to their installation location. We have other smaller temporary construction easements that were on that map along the line. You'll see them at places where the line turns, as an example. And that's because when we're stringing the wire, we have to set up equipment at that point to pull it through the long straight section and then turn it to the other direction. We do intend to use some crane construction to lift poles into place. That is primarily on the south side of I-70. The majority of the line is proposed to be rebuilt using helicopter. We do anticipate some need for trucks to transport additional material like cable reels to certain points along the line as well, but those are smaller than the typical. In terms of how we install that wire, not sure if you all have seen any lines reconstructed. You mentioned the one in the canyon. We install pulleys once the structures are in place that allow us to run essentially a rope through and then bring the conductor back. It's a pulley system. It's pretty neat to watch. And then they are attached to the insulators. Restoration is completed after construction. We don't anticipate a very lengthy construction process for this project. So restoration is anticipated to be completed rather quickly. So hopefully by this fall, we'll have all of those activities completed, and then obviously we'll monitor anything in terms of seeding or other types of restoration. So our helicopter use for construction. Few pictures on the right side, lots of conversation about what helicopters would be used in this particular instance. These are the latest images from folks on the construction crew about what the type would look like. So something similar to those two pictures. Our helicopter use is regulated by the FAA. We have to apply for a permit with them. Congested area permit, congested area plan has to be submitted. That talks about how we would operate the helicopters in this area and what they'll require for that operation. There are restrictions or requirements associated with flying over occupied buildings or in certain proximity to those when we have suspended loads. So as I mentioned, the pole sections would be moved from the yards to their installation locations. That would be considered a suspended load as it's hanging from the helicopter and moved between those two locations. We don't anticipate any interruption to electrical service during construction. We have the ability to in either direction while we're doing that and keep the line operational for as long as we can. Our land agents have been in contact with the easement owners for a number of years as we worked through the development of this project, and we'll continue to coordinate with them, the community, the city, the county about what, if any, those evacuations might be required when we have the suspended loads going over, what the traffic stoppage might be associated with those, as well as coordinating with CDOT, the railroad. We do have developed, and in the form of being updated currently, detailed construction communication plan that we'll share with you all, again, as well as the county and the community about how we will notice and keep folks informed about the construction progress and where we'll be and what we'll be doing at a given point. That includes keeping our website updated. So our construction schedule here, when we have crews mobilized, we like to keep them working as long as we can during the day, as many days a week as we can to get the construction completed. We find that getting in and getting out as fast as we can benefits everyone. We recognize there's a certain amount of disruption to construction activities. So move that through as quickly as we can. In terms of construction crews, you'll note there that roughly around 30 to 40 crew on site during a single shift. That is not a concentration of 30 folks at one pole location. They'll be doing different things, working in the yards, moving materials at different locations, drilling, setting poles, flying the helicopter, and then just general construction oversight. Currently, we're anticipating and hoping to start construction on the rebuild this spring, March-ish, roughly is what we're hoping for. Have that work wrapped up in just a few months, and then move into our restoration. So we hope to have the rebuilt line in service this summer, so rather quick moving. The next few slides are just running through L&E approval criteria that we comply with here, and 1041 review criteria that Hannah went through as well. And so that ends the formal part of the presentation. Happy to take questions, go back to any of the slides and talk more. I wrote down, I think I captured all the questions that you asked of Hannah, so I can also work through those unless you want to ask additional questions first for your preferences.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Very thorough.
Just going to go back to the map because I have a feeling we might be talking.
We'll see what happens with Matthew.
Your substantial increase in height for a number of poles, a lot of poles actually. Is what's driving that? Is that wildfire mitigation? Is that anticipation of future demand to the 112 kV? What is it? And when do you anticipate that demand is going to require the 112?
So the height of the poles, and I may call upon our engineer if he's able to come off here at some point, is Josh Peterson on the virtual meeting. There's a couple of different factors. And so one of them is that static wire that I mentioned that doesn't exist currently. So design requirements, here's an example, require that separation between the phases of the transmission line, the 3 phases, and then the static wire on top. So that static wire alone, adding that to the poles adds a height to it in order to have it. That's one component that adds that height. The other is the move to steer monopole design, as well as the fact that current design standards that we have to follow dictate that separation.
Those are state of Colorado design standards or the NESC or whatever that is.
NESC.
Okay. We don't have a static line now.
Not on a significant portion of the line.
Okay. Because my biggest concern here is the height of the poles and it's obstructing views and they're ugly. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. And if we're putting in higher poles to meet future demand, when's that future demand going to be here? We talking 50 years? We talking 75 years? Where are we at now in terms of capacity of the line? Those types of things. Because I don't want to have higher poles if we don't have to.
Yeah, so the pole height, although we're talking about whether it could be upgraded or utilized at some point in 115, the design difference between a 69 kV pole and a 115 kV pole is very, very minimal. So it doesn't actually reduce height significantly. In addition, the insulator sizes that we provide greater avian protection. And so in terms of avian protection plans, we have to use the longer insulators, which also factor into the design.
Yeah.
Good.
For now.
Amy?
Okay, well, Joy did ask the question about, and I don't know if she was gonna ask it again, about why you guys couldn't go underground. And as opposed to doing the high poles. I mean, I did see some of your comments in the application, but if you want to just speak to that quickly.
Sure. In general, as a starting point, we propose overhead lines for the majority of our system for a variety of reasons. One of those certainly is cost, not that that's the only factor, but we are regulated by the PUC and we have to work with the PUC in gain approval for the costs that we spend on upgrading infrastructure, especially costs that are passed along to our ratepayers. In most cases, when a line is placed underground, that requires agreements on who's going to pay the delta for the overhead costs to the underground cost. In most places that involves special tax districts or other ways of financing that cost difference versus it just being passed to a ratepayer if the PUC sees that there's the ability to build it overhead. Second, as noted, for a portion of the line in particular, we have very steep terrain. We have a lot of rock present in the hills, and placing a line underground there comes with significant construction impacts. At this voltage of line, that construction is different than, say, a distribution line that might be a single trench. We actually have to open up a wide trench, run duct bank, which is essentially conduit, and I'll flip to that. A series of conduit that we place the wire in, and then we backfill that with concrete before we fill it with soil. So you end up with quite the large impact in that way in terms of the construction takes many times longer and identifying. In terms of, in this instance, crossing the Colorado River to place an underground line across the Colorado River, for example, would take a lot of engineering to be able to do that. And we don't know if we would be, for example, to bore given the conditions, or if we would have to offer dam and hold water back in order to complete construction. So the team looked at that and evaluated it, compared the anticipated impact from underground and overhead construction, and the routing study that's attached to the application talk about the overhead being the least amount of impact when compared to an underground option. And let me just flip to what I think will be in here. So this is kind of what I was stating there. So the top two pictures are examples of that underground duct bank that I was mentioning that goes in the trench. So you can see maybe a little bit in the back there, person for scale kneeling down. This also requires that we have vaults placed every so often where we slice. Those vaults are kind of the size of a room. 4 persons stand in them and they're big and they have access points. So that requires additional kind of disturbance, and we would potentially have to put those on private land. So we actually impact private land more with those vaults if we were to do it along our existing land. If we do a hybrid option, that typically comes with what we call overhead to underground transition structures. Those are the 2 photos on the bottom there. So we have to bring the line from underground up onto poles and move them across. Those can be quite large. They have equipment mounted on them typically or at the base, and generally have a larger impact than a standard.
I have one more question. So on your material staging areas, I know you're going to use a helicopter, and when, I mean, you're going to be doing it from, you say, is it dusk to dawn, 12 hours? And so the helicopter is going to be flying in and out of those staging areas. And so what about like over there on the East Traver, the neighborhood that kind of is right along the road there? There's quite a few houses. You guys fly right over it, sometimes hover, you know, with loads. And I just happen to live there, and I've never been notified that, like, you know, when you guys brought a helicopter, I think last time with some equipment, it was literally, I thought it was landing in my backyard. So with equipment. So I'm just wondering, like, how are you going to communicate that to like that neighborhood up there in particular, like my neighbors? I don't know if you guys were just figuring out how to land the helicopter. I'm not sure, but
was that recently? The last number of months?
Yes.
Longer.
Yeah. No.
So we did have one emergency pole replacement that we had to do out there, and so that was done rather quickly to do that. So a little different than for this project. But for this project, what we intend to do is communicate very openly and clearly with everyone in terms of direct communication, whether that's mailers, whether that's land agents walking around the community, whether that is our construction crew, lighted message signs, whatever we can do to make sure folks are aware. Part of the reason that the development work of the project has taken a significant amount of time with that helicopter use. So we've tried to minimize impact the best we can by using the helicopter, but also minimize impact from using the helicopter. So we have worked with our construction crew to take what would have been many more hours and many more days of helicopter use to narrow that down a great deal at this point. Again, by asking our construction crews to hike a lot to get up to hand dig pole locations, and then we're using the helicopter just for right now pole setting is our current plan. So we think that will be significantly less and not necessarily a situation where we anticipate it running and operating 12 hours a day. For example, we may run sections out kind of as we move down the line, hours a day. We also, in this instance, need to and are communicating with the gondola about their operation and how that helicopter flight over would look and how we can work with them to time that with when they're not generally moving public up there, so we can limit impact to their operation. And then also we don't currently intend to fly a helicopter over I-7, for example, so we're focused on the northern end. So we recognize we have a lot of communication to do with everyone about that construction plan and the helicopter use, and hope to do and plan to do that a variety of ways to make sure hopefully no one is not off guard by a helicopter in the backyard.
Thanks.
Hey, Joy.
It sounds like you guys have been doing this in many communities. Have there been any municipalities that have denied the applications or have forced underground placement of lines?
I'm not aware of any jurisdiction that has had an application for legal. In terms of forcing underground, I'm also not aware of that. Because the way that we work with the to get the authority and the funding, there's an interplay there. Ask of us or requirements to put something underground that would involve us going to the PUC to evaluate if they deem that is something that is prudent for the ratepayers in Colorado.
Okay. Let's see here. I think you answered my question about the changes to the use of the easements, even though you're expanding the 30-foot easement, you shouldn't be clear cutting much more. You're gonna just be like poignantly choosing any sort of cutting that you do there out of necessity. Are the helicopter easements, are those permanent easements that will be used for maintenance in the future, or they currently exist, or?
So the helicopter, we don't have any specific easements for the helicopter flight paths, for example. They'll be flying down the alignment, the current line generally. The temporary construction easements that are the yellow areas here, those we acquire for the duration of construction. And then they're released.
Okay.
We don't have them.
You don't have them for maintenance on any level. So in the future, if there were maintenance concerns that came up, how does Excel Energy utilize those easements again?
Yeah, so if we were to need one of those pool sites again or material staging yard, we would have to work with to secure that temporary construction easement again. And we would have to work with the jurisdiction that that's in to make sure the permitting requirements were addressed there. In terms of our future maintenance of the line, that is part of the need for that 16 feet that we're talking about. That does allow us in cases where we have truck access, we can bring a truck and park it next to a pole, for example, to replace a component on that pole. That doesn't exist with the 30 feet we have today. The line was built at a time when literally wood poles were dragged up hillsides with fuels in some cases. And we didn't have OSHA and we didn't have environmental regulations. So having that 60-foot wide easement gives us that ability to do all of that future maintenance. If we do need something additional, then we would have to work with the landowners to secure that.
So do newer communities, like I'm just thinking of like Vail or communities that maybe had infrastructure go in at a later time than our community, were poles like this put in originally?
Yeah, so all of our current construction is steel pole. And this is our minimum design configuration in terms of the height that we have in the separation of the insulators. So in areas where we're building new lines today, they are this size or.
And are there any communities where you do underground placement?
We do have some underground in our system in Colorado. Generally that's in areas where there isn't sufficient right of way for overhead. So something like the Denver metro area downtown have some underground. We have overhead lines there as well, but we do have some underground lines within the roadways. Outside of the metro area, have a limited section of underground in our system as well, because there wasn't physical space to get the right of way because the community existed. And it was an entirely new line, so that just wasn't for us to.
Okay. And then during the construction time, how long do you anticipate that you guys would be using helicopters during that?
Yeah, I can let me look at a table on my phone that I was sent by construction a little bit earlier. I might be able to answer that more directly to see what they sent me. But the last count I saw, it was fractions of the day, portions of the day over maybe a 2-week period during construction. Not a solid 2 weeks. The construction is phased. And I think that's consistent with what I saw earlier today. But In our communication plan that we have developed, I have a table, and that's what construction updating. I think I have in my inbox that talks directly about that. So if we assume, an X days duration of construction, we would anticipate helicopter use starting on day something of that. And we would use it for a duration of days, and then we likely wouldn't need it, and then we would pick up use again and use it for a number of days within that window.
Got it. Thank you.
Carolyn.
Thanks for that presentation. I do have a few questions, some of them about the poles and the easements, and then there's an oddball one I'll save for last. So the easements you currently have are 30 feet wide, centered on the poles. And are those all typically cleared of shrubbery and left with grass? I mean, they're not like clear down to bare dirt, right? And what will the 30-foot easement look like, and what will the new 60-foot easement look like?
Yeah, so definitely not dirt. We don't want that for anyone. It also creates some erosion problems for everyone. And so our vegetation management crews also have standards that they have to adhere to in terms of vegetation proximate to our line, as well as addressing vegetation management for our wildfire lines. So those are lines that are in designated wildfire zones in the state. And so those standards allow for certain types of vegetation within the right of way, not just grass, but other low growing types of things, shrubs, as an example. And then they look at trees, how close are the trees? Are they quick growing trees? Are they slower growing trees? More or less? And where are they in relation to the line?
So the vegetation is primarily cleared to protect the lines in case of fire.
It's to protect, it essentially creates kind of that defensible space, if you will, around the line. Again, we try not to do the clear cutting. I've worked on projects in the Eastern US, for example, where they literally take a big saw blade and just go down the edge of their easement. That's not how we do things. We're more selective generally to try and cut out what it needs to be. A couple of years ago, our vegetation management did an initial survey of the area and what that proposed expanded easement would be to identify what needed to be removed from a tree perspective, which is typically what they were talking about. And then are going out again, just to check in on the status of that and see if anything has really changed. But we're not expecting a significant change from what they identified. And they were very specific. It's 2 elms on this property, 1 over here, 1 there. So we have that detail.
So is Excel pursuing the 60-foot wide right away on all of its new transmission lines? As sort of as a rule, 60 feet is the new normal?
Yeah, for this type of line, yes. Yeah, as they increase in voltage, they get larger.
Oh, okay. So part of it's for vehicle access, but obviously on a lot of the eastern part of this line, I don't think you're getting too many vehicles up in there. So it's so you say part of it's for the wildfire, part of it's for the electromagnetic frequencies. Is that, am I reading that?
No, not really. Not really for EMF. It's clearance standards. So we have to design for clearance standards for whatever may be happening adjacent to our line, and allowing people to do that safely, and then also to maintain clearance for the conductor wires themselves, as they are not rigid.
Okay.
Make sure all of that is accounted for in the easement. So we want to make sure that when we think about safety and public safety, that we have the easement to cover that helps folks understand, don't do these sorts of things here because it's a bad idea and unsafe potentially. So we limit that and then make sure our lines are operating in that space.
I have a question further about the dimensions of the poles. I would presume that the different heights might have different widths. How wide would an average pole be at the bottom and at the top? Like say a 50-foot pole?
That's a great question. I'm going to ask the engineer if he is able to let me know or text me if you can get it on my watch.
Yep.
I have the
Hey,
number.
Jen, can you hear me?
Yep. Thanks, Josh.
Hi, I'm Josh Peterson, engineer with Excel Energy. To answer that question, the typical pole diameter for 90% of them at the ground line is around 2 to 2.5 feet diameter and around 12 inches at the top. And then where we turn big corners and like on either end of the line, we might be 3 or 4 feet in diameter at the bottom of the poles to 2 feet at the top. And the existing wood poles are in the 1.5 to 2 foot diameter at the ground line right now. So you're getting about a 6 to 12 inch increase in diameter.
Okay, thanks for that. Will you be transporting any hazardous materials? Like, are there transformers on these poles that have hazardous materials in them?
No,
No.
nothing like that on the poles.
Okay, and then here's the last one. I saw in the report that you need to have a plan in place for if you hit an artesian well. And as you know, there's a lot of hot springs over on that side of the river. And I'm wondering how big of a concern it is if you're placing a concrete foundation for one of these and hit a hot spring. I mean, have you been in contact with the pool and Iron Mountain Hot Springs about this as it goes forward? It could be a potential for a disaster.
Yeah, so I'll touch on a couple things and then I'll let Josh chime in. So certainly both hot springs, right, that are proximate, are aware of the project, somewhat as landowners and community members. And so we've certainly heard that concern there. We have the benefit on this project of having already conducted our geotechnical investigation, so where they actually drill into the ground and have that report back in application materials. So I'll let Josh describe a little bit about what that process is and what we did or didn't find there as we did those geotechnical investigation. Josh?
Yep. So like Jen said, we do soil borings at every few structures depending on the terrain. We try to do those soil borings to 40 feet deep because we know our structures will be less than that, or our foundations or direct embed structures are going to be not as deep as 40 feet. So to plan for any artesian conditions, specifically over by the Glenwood Hot Springs, when we're doing the soil borings, our geotech contractor planned for a hollow stem auger that allowed them to backfill that with grout in case there were any artesian conditions that with water coming up. And so they'd put enough grout in there to keep a head in the pipe to overcome those artesian conditions. And then also at that site, we had a local water resource engineering firm monitor us during the soil borings at the hot springs, and we didn't encounter any issues along the entire project, specifically at that hot spring location. And so like what we were looking for was artesian conditions, but also that travertine limestone layer. But all that was encountered in our soil borings was shale, which is like a clay stone, and sand and boulders along the rest of the way to the west. And so our deepest foundation on the project is 26.5 feet deep. So that's within that range of the 40-foot boring that we didn't encounter those issues. And then those are at those bigger structures on either end or at like turning corner structures. But the vast majority of the line is going to take the steel pole, dig a hole, and directly embed that steel pole in the hole. And those foundations are only up to 14.5 feet deep.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
Maybe I'll try this again. And it's 9:45. Someone asked for a little context here. I can't really, it's kind of hard to ask without providing commentary, so I'm just going to ask it. But looking at really kind of the finding 16 and the community benefit, is there, am I able to look at this transmission line and say, I benefit as a resident of Glenwood Springs for that being there for this reason? Do I get electricity from this transmission line at all?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone from the city wants to speak in addition to that. So I think it was mentioned or alluded to earlier that Glenwood Springs secures electricity through does not have transmission lines in the state of Colorado, so they actually transport electricity over other utility lines, which include PSCos. So this line touches multiple substations along the way, including Glenwood Springs and Mitchell Those substations are actually not on land that we own as city land. And also then I believe Glenwood Springs Electric takes lines out of that to serve the local area. Chime in on that.
Wait, chime up.
Yes, please.
You need to state your name.
Matt Langhorst, Public Works Director. Yeah, 3 substations actually feed directly off of this section of line, and they have been replacing it along the way. They've been threatening to replace it since I think the 80s. Robin Milliard started this project 1985-ish. So it's about time to get it done. I've had problems with transmission. Sorry, they have had problems with some transmission issues between Butte and here, along the Shoshone to back to here. So we've been being fed off of Hopkins, which is all substations they own. But yes, would love to see the transmission line from Shoshone all the way to Ute into Rifle replaced. So they don't have wind issues, they don't have tree issues, they don't have any of the issues we currently have, so that we always have power. So does it benefit us? Yes, it does benefit us. Do we take power from this line? 100%. We pull all of our transmission power from the transmission lines to the distribution system through our substations. Our substations are set up for 69 or 115 kV, so we can swap out, no problem when or if they decide to do that. But yeah, 100%, we take all of our power from these transmissions.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. I had others written down. Did I address everything?
I think,
Okay.
I think you did. Okay, now we'll open up to, for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak?
Thank you, Dean.
You waited long enough.
Dean Moffett, 329, 326 Second Street. The line passes the house within about 100 feet. But this is my property, so I'm not one of the declared people in the easement. I think what we, the city, is being asked is to replace a power line that we've learned to live with. Wooden poles, they're fine. They have problems. But the line really follows the terrain. And my interest is Iron Mountain from the canyon to Favorite Trail. And the line really hasn't been noticeable and objectionable. And now we're looking at higher poles, shinier wires, bigger stuff, and it doesn't follow the terrain. It's easier to have higher poles where they're simpler to stretch the line across. Another concern is the bighorn sheep. It's a herd of approximately 40. They're there by yard from the canyon to the Antlers Motel is their feeding schedule this time of year. And they wander back and forth on a daily basis. And when the Valley View helicopter comes in, it scares the hell out of them. They're always in a group, they're communal. There's always a male guarding about a dozen young and females. And that helicopter comes so close. I'm used to it. The other people around are used to it. The sheep scatter. And I'm sorry there's no comment from Division of Fish and Game, but the herd is very disciplined and comes back together and continues on its daily exercise. But we're really being asked to replace something that works with a kind of supersized segment from one end of our town to the other to benefit not just to us, but the western slope. And your comments about what does it do for us? I think that's a zero. From the landowner's point of view. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Any other comments from the public? Yeah, I'll close the public comment.
If I may.
Yes.
Small interruption here. We do have one more item on the agenda. Your rules and regulations state that no agenda item can be taken up after 10 p.m. unless approved with unanimous vote. And so I pose to you the question. The next item on our agenda is timely sensitive, I would say. I don't anticipate that it will be nearly as long as these two applications have been, but I do need you guys to vote to take up that.
Okay, so you want us to stay until 2 a.m?
No, we have a final hard limit of 11 p.m.
Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Past 10. Finish our agenda items.
Or if we vote on this before 10, we're within our rules anyway, right?
You can vote on this, but we have a new agenda item.
Right,
To
no, I
vote,
know.
take
Third.
up
Right.
past 10 p.m.
Yeah.
And we are
If you
7
turn
minutes
on
out.
Commissioner
Oh.
Connerton's.
She's hogging the motions tonight, by the way.
Joy?
I'm not even gonna, there's so much to unpack there.
Go. Go.
Would you like to second?
Go.
I make a motion that we finish our agenda items past 10 p.m. this evening. Well done.
Second, okay.
Second.
We'll get that in
We'll
with the
voice-
verbal vote.
Voice vote.
Voice vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you
passed.
very much.
Motion passes.
Okay. Back to this one. Okay,
Joy,
do we have a motion?
better.
Joy?
Do we
Oh,
have a motion?
no, Matthew?
I'd make a motion to approve the staff recommends approval of the Excel line as with the recommended conditions on pages 7, 8, and 9 in the staff report.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Okay, let's hear some conversation or anything we got.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the explanation by staff on that last question of mine. That was just, someone's gonna prevent me from going to bed tonight, so I appreciate that. That's really kind of what I was after. And I did see Excel's operations the last several years in the canyon, working up there intimately every day in the canyon and how efficient they were. And I found at the time of their operation that they were communicative as well. They connected with us and let us know about the any impacts we would have to river operations, any traffic holds, and any potential disruptions in power. They were clear to communicate that to us. So appreciated that, and I'd expect the same here as well.
Joy?
I feel like the town's gonna be fussy about the visual effects of this, whether, yeah, so I feel like the city, sorry, not the town, city should be very proactive in informing residents that this is gonna be happening, give them a lot of time and as well as XL Energy. And I appreciate the efficiency of the company to try and get it done quickly with the helicopter use, so. Thanks.
Carolyn?
I gotta agree with Joy that some folks clearly will be able to see these taller towers, but frankly, there does not seem to be much that we can do about it. The lines obviously need to be upgraded they need to get taller, and I'm hoping that, like the lines that we currently have, we sort of get used to looking at them after a while. They'll weather, and hopefully they'll continue to provide us power in the event of a natural disaster, because we saw those ones up in Basalt dangling by the wires, and so this should safeguard us against some future hazards. I have good faith that Excel will make it speedy and efficient.
Thank you. Other comments? Yeah, I guess I agree. And I think, one thing that it's kind of talked about some, but I think protecting their lines from wildfire is one, but protecting us from wildfire, I think, is a huge deal. So to me, that's huge. And I'm assuming that the shielding of the lines are much better and the EMF is better. I mean, it seems like everything would be better, but so anyway, there's my take. Okay. Any more comments? Okay. We still have to do do the same roll call vote.
Commissioner Cowan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner Connerton,
Yes.
Commissioner Waller,
Yes.
Commissioner Sims,
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
It's before 10 o'clock.
It's a yes, Dick.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, now we have, no biological breaks.
No.
Joy, I'm just saying. Okay, so now it's planning file number 68-23, code amendments to title 070 related to stormwater development standards and fee in lieu. Miss Hannah?
Yes, good evening, Commissioner Santa Clausman. Director of Community and Economic Development. I have a very, very brief presentation just to go over the legal requirements, as this is a code amendment proposal. And then I will hand you over to our engineering department, as they are initiators of this particular project. So so this is planning file 6823. This is code amendment to title 070, our development code. And we're talking about a stormwater fee in lieu proposal from our engineering department. Actually. So I'm just adding here on a slide, this is the only change to code that we will be offering. This is very similar to our other programs, like a parking fee in lieu, as well as some of our other fee in lieu programs. So we have modeled the language after that. Engineering will describe to you what our current stormwater management practices are within code and why they believe that we need to move to this type of system. So that is our code language there. You're very familiar with our review criteria. Staff has found that this proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other city policies, does not conflict with other provisions of this code, is necessary to address a demonstrated community need, which our engineer Ryan Gordon has included in the staff report and found upon momentarily, is necessary to respond to substantial changes in the conditions, and is consistent with the general purpose and intent of this code. So staff recommendation is to approve a consideration of code text amendments to code section 704030, which will be adding a stormwater fee in lieu option with the following suggested findings, which is the criteria that I just mentioned. And with that, fastest ever, I will hand it over to your engineer.
More people had to sit through the whole first thing.
I know. So. A lot of energy.
Yeah.
Is it?
Okay. Hello, everybody. Ryan Gordon. I am the city engineer. I I see that I did not update my slides for you. I apologize, but the message will come clearly through. I will try to be quick here so we can all get home at a reasonable time. So what I'm presenting today is we want to add a stormwater fee in lieu to the code. So what we're trying to do is, like I said, add this fee in lieu so a developer can come in and consider a different methodology to treating their stormwater. So a little context to what we're talking about. So when a developer comes in to do a new project, whether it's adding a shed, an ADU, a new wing to a building, et cetera, they are required by our stormwater standards to treat the stormwater created by the new impervious area that it created. So pervious is lawns, grasses, impervious is pavement, roofs, et cetera. In that provision, in our stormwater standards, there is both a detention requirement and a water quality treatment component in order to protect our rivers from excessive stormwater pollution. And the reason why we're looking to doing this is, like I mentioned, all these little houses are required to do treatment and detention on their property. So we have many dispersed systems throughout town. The city of Glenwood Springs requires a maintenance agreement from the property owner for those items, and we as the city are ultimately responsible for. And where this is all coming from is fairly soon we are going to get what's called an MS4 permit. That's a permit provided, regulated by the state for stormwater pollution runoff treatment. What that requires is that every public outfall, the city is required to meet certain stormwater standards, water quality standards, that will be set for each of the receiving bodies. So the Roaring Fork River or the Colorado River. If there is a problem or a violation at the end of the pipe, we are required to ultimately find and treat and solve that issue or face penalties. And again, if we have many dispersed systems, we have to go up that watershed and find where the problem is. So instead of having these many dispersed systems, what the engineering department wants to do is look to more of a regional solution and build regional stormwater treatment systems that would combine these systems sort of end of the pipe before the end of the pipe, but like I said, more regional as opposed to very dispersed ones. We think we can do it more efficiently and more effectively. And so that's kind of the direction we want to head. So what this is going to do and what we're trying to do is, like I said, so the fee in lieu, so a developer or a contractor to come in and say, okay, instead of us developing, hiring an engineer to do the analysis, we can cut a check to the city to so they do not have to design these stormwater systems, and therefore we would take the money from them, and then the city would then develop these stormwater systems, do the inspection, do the upkeep. It's going to be a lot more streamlined approach for these small developments, and it's ultimately going to give us a better ability to regulate and treat the stormwater. I will mention the SMS form permit. We do not have it quite yet. We anticipate it any day, any year. It's based on a population size. The trigger at the state is 10,000 people. We are above or below it by a few people. So we expect it anytime. So we want to get ahead of this and start to develop the backlog of this. And like I said, we can see a few examples here of some of the ones that we've seen throughout town. There's a lot of different stormwater treatment. Stormwater is really not rocket science, but there are a lot of varieties. One is a dry well. This one was over off of South Grand. Quite intensive construction process, requires quite a bit of maintenance. Another one simply is a small detention pond in front of someone's yard. This one is one in the downtown cores on Blake. You can see this detention pond essentially takes the entire front yard of this piece of property, makes it functionally not useless, but more challenging to utilize. It's hard to play baseball or football in this field in particular. Like I said, 5 years down the line, if this house sells, who knows what maintenance and upkeep will occur. Therefore, one of the main drivers why we want to get rid of these systems. In order to determine the fee that we looked at to establish for the fee in lieu, we looked at several different stormwater systems that were constructed in Glenwood over the last couple years. We looked at approximately the cost to build these from a contractor. We looked at the quantity of water they were to treat and came up with a cost per cubic foot of water for that system. I want to highlight a few things here before we move on. Several of the pictures that I showed you and some of the examples are in areas that don't have a lot of space, are challenged to site them. And hence the cost is quite a bit greater than in an open field. The last example at 1001 Pitkin had a much larger yard, and therefore the cost to do it were a lot less. This is a fee that is a voluntary fee. This is not a mandate. No one has to do this fee. If you as a developer, a homeowner, can demonstrate or wants to go through the process of analyzing and designing and constructing a stormwater system, that is fine. You can do it. We are providing the option for someone to, instead of going through that effort of simply, writing a check to the city. Again, we don't want to say everybody has to do this. And again, if you have a big yard, large yard and field, go ahead and do stormwater treatment. You'll still be under our review process, no matter what. And additionally too, we do have exceptions in our stormwater standards that if you come and say, hey, look, I want to do the fee in lieu, but we evaluate your property and say, you know what? It's not appropriate for this. We need you to do some sort of water quality, water detention. We still have the ability to require a development to comply with our stormwater standards and do something on their piece of property. Real quick before move on to questions. So we have gone out and we have talked to quite a few of the different commissions here at the city. So Parks and Rec, River Commission, Downtown Development Authority, and the Transportation Commission. And we've also discussed this with outside engineers, planners, and architects to get their feeling on what they think about this. We talked to council last week and presented them as a kind of a workshop. It was during regular session, but it was a informational opportunity to inform council. I would say we've gotten really positive responses back from most people on this as the concept. And so as Hannah mentioned, we are looking to amend the code, and that's where we are now. Next steps after you guys, we would take it to council for first reading and then second reading prior to it being codified. So I want to, with that, what did I miss, Ashley? All right, well, that's pretty good for 10:09 here. So with that, open to questions, and I can answer anything you guys have.
That's a bold statement there. Okay, Joy.
So back to the table that showed the dollar amounts.
Yep.
So you're saying instead of those estimated detention costs, it will actually cost the estimated costs, which is, or is it per square footage there?
Yeah. So I kind of,
That's not a total cost. That's like $48.
Yeah.
Times 540 square feet.
Right. Now, let me give you a little, I forgot probably a key point is probably the general costs of what we're looking at doing. So we came up with, you can see the estimated cost per CF. CF is cubic foot of storm water. We've done, and we've extrapolated that, and the number that we can do is you can either calculate the amount of storm water in cubic feet that comes off of your property that you'd have to treat, or we've done the math and said for every 100 square feet of impervious area that you create, the fee would be $365 per 100 square feet. So, so what we've done is we've basically done all the math and all the analysis on the quantities for someone. And again, if someone wants to come and say, you know what? And so, like I said, we have these ranges in this third, fourth column. You know, we said, you know what, we've looked at that, our range. So we're going to do $50 a cubic foot, right? So if you come back and say, I can do it better, cheaper, go right ahead. But this is an easy way that without hiring anybody, you can just write a check and save all those expenses from the analysis.
Okay. Will what we charge cover infrastructure costs for us treating the stormwater in the future?
Potentially. So the challenge is that we have a lot of buildings that have been here for a long and have never, and so stormwater is, I wouldn't say an afterthought, but it's something that we've now, over say the last 20 years, have recognized as something that we need to do.
Yeah.
Typically, water goes down your drains into a storm drain pipe and out to the river with virtually no treatment. But things like Highway 82, I-70 don't get any treatment whatsoever, and all that debris goes in there. So we may or may not be able to truly pay for any of this treatment. The reality is unlikely, given that we have so many buildings grandfathered in. And again, when you come and build, we don't say, you know, it's your whole new site, including what's existing. It's what new areas you're creating, impervious area. So just the fact that we have generally built out areas, we've missed sort of capturing those people, those existing areas. So it's likely that we're not going to be able to afford stormwater treatment through this fee in lieu, but this will set us up to help pay for that, and then also help us to go get grants from different agencies. You know, as we needed to kind of show we have some reserves.
And then if somebody was on this list and they were in construction, could they, if this gets passed, could they decide to then pay in lieu? Or
Yeah. So from our perspective, and it may be different from what Hannah would say, but I would say yes. Now, if you're in construction, you're probably too far past the point of no return, I would presume. But we have heard from different applicants who know that this is in the works, that are in some sort of planning stages of considering it.
Okay.
So what's not in this estimated detention cost, this gross number, is the cost for design and engineering. So some of those folks that are in the pipeline that have already spent some money to hire someone and do some analysis may make the decision, you know what, I've already spent some money, I might as well go the full route. But anyone who wants to jump off that train and jump onto our train, we're more than happy to accept that.
okay, thank you.
Greg?
Thank you. I've got a few questions. I guess kind of going off of where Joy just was, is kind of what happens in the interim then? So someone is doing a new development and they say, hey, we're going to do fee. So then I guess they don't have to do a stormwater mitigation program on site. So, and that's still an indeterminate amount of time before that kind of regional system is in place. So what happens in the interim?
That's a good question. So in conjunction with this ordinance, we're rewriting the stormwater chapter, which is associated with stormwater. So chapter 4. So in that, we are going to require that people, a developer does some modest amount of water quality. So think of disconnecting your roof drains from the storm system so it runs over your grass and has some sort of treatment. We're also going to require that everybody produce what's a construction management plan. And a lot of these aren't very, very involved, but we want someone to tell us, hey, what are you doing to protect stormwater? So erosion control measures and whatnot. So there will be some modest amount of treatment. It's predominantly that the detention that we're leaving the property owner from doing for that water to get down. And we are this next calendar year, so in 2024, we're coming out with a RFP through engineering to do a stormwater master plan to identify the areas for these treatment systems. And that will be the first step to then leverage that to go forward and to get grants and then ultimately construct these systems.
Excellent. Thank you for that second part. That answers a couple as well. Several of them there. And so we're talking a separate system. It's not I'm familiar with the Pacific Northwest, and I do combined sewer, stormwater systems. This is an independent system that's not going to be connected at any point in time to, at least the intent, with a combined system with the sewer.
Yep. No, we'll never. Well, I wouldn't say never. We do not have combined systems. Well, Matt's still here. Yeah, Matt does not want to. Matt does not want to treat stormwater along with our common wastewater. So they're 100% separate, and I don't think we would ever even contemplate connecting.
Okay.
And I will say one other thing to recognize too is most of our bigger developments in underground parking will have sand oil separators as other measures. So there are other ways of making sure we capture stormwater from places that have high levels of.
Okay. And then lastly, how are we defining a developer within this proposal? Is it residential? Like if I want to go and
Yep.
remodel my house, I fall.
Yep.
Okay.
So in the city of Glenwood Springs, if you are, so it's going to be it's going to be tied to a couple of different permits. So our grading permit, anytime you move more than 200 square foot of land, you need to get a grading permit. And so there would be a trigger or a way of capturing people who are doing the work. And so that's going to be ultimately how we find and manage the system. And there will be some instances, like I said, if you're a building downtown Glenwood, that's 100% built out, 100% impervious, a bank, a restaurant, right? And you come in and in our standards, what we're saying is if you redevelop interior space, 75% or more, we're going to require you to jump on this program and do some stormwater treatment. You would be eligible for the stormwater fee in lieu. But again, we want to try to capture those major redevelopments. And you could extend that to other places. Say, for instance, another big facility that may, claim at the end of the day, look, we're not creating any new impervious, but they're a big site. We're going to come in and say, well, we appreciate you not doing more impervious, but you need to do some water quality. So we have provisions to make sure that development is going to contribute to this fund.
Okay. So it applies to new, obviously, and then whenever that redevelopment trigger may be triggered, when it may happen.
Yeah.
And I guess with the other, once that's triggered, I guess this would apply similarly to the other potential conditions where there's opportunity to have a dialogue with Hannah and come before P&Z and talk about any exceptions to the rule and kind of, I guess, be more site specific and unique to your own challenges.
Yes, that's correct. And our other plan is yearly to have this updated. So in case construction costs keep going up, that we can keep up with inflation or a construction cost index.
Okay, thank you.
Carolyn?
Hey, so will there still be a requirement to provide a drainage report and a drainage letter for site development?
There will be. And so one of the changes we're making in the code, and not the code, excuse me, in our engineering standards is we are making it clear what's a let's say a small project, and we're redefining. We have currently a minor and a major drainage report that you're required. So smaller projects will be required to do a drainage memo or a drainage letter, which isn't a full-blown drainage study. We still will require major developments to do a full drainage study and a drainage, analysis.
Isn't that going to sort of duplicate the efforts of the city to just collect the fee in lieu? I mean, why do they have to basically design a water treatment system if they're just going to pay?
That's a good point. I apologize for not being clear. If you're going to do the fee in lieu, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do the drainage report. That will be relieved. So you don't have to do the analysis.
The report or the letter?
Correct.
Okay. One thing that really has me nervous though is the interim between, okay, I'll pay this fee in lieu, but there is no stormwater treatment at the municipal level. And I understand that there's no money to build one right now and these fees go towards that, but it could be, I mean, I've applied for grants. It could be years before there is such a system. And in those number of years, we have untreated water making its way to the rivers. I mean, even when you're walking up and down the sidewalks this time of year, people's runoff comes off their yard and freezes into ice on the sidewalk. So it's a persistent problem. I've seen it on that construction site with the big old swale in the yard, their mud washing across. So I think I would be more comfortable if there were actual guidelines and regulations for the interim. You said, oh, the developer will have to do some water treatment. I think I would like to see what that would look like, how long it would stay. Would they be bonded or something like that?
So in your packet, we attached the revised stormwater standard, the chapter for it. In there, we do talk about water quality provisions that we are going to require. Again, you as a developer will have to meet certain water quality standards, regardless of if you pay the fee. So a lot, I mentioned the construction management plan. So we're going to require, which is not something we do right now, everybody to consider stormwater runoff from their project. So putting in erosion control measures and thinking about that, which would then be attached to their grading permit for review and possibly red tag or other measures from the city if they're not compliant.
But that only applies during construction. Once you've moved in and got your CO, then the construction management plan's out the window and you still have runoff on the site.
Right,
So-
and then you're gonna need to meet the water quality standards that are in chapter 4 in here.
Even though you
And-
are paying the fee in lieu.
Correct.
Okay, good. So you've got sort of you've got coverage there.
We do.
It's just being in lieu for detention. So they're not having to detain the amount of the extra runoff that they would create from impervious anymore. So that's what they're paying.
So dry wells and retention ponds and such.
So they're
Okay.
no longer detained, they're not having to detain the water, they still have to treat it prior to it entering our system.
Okay, so pretty much all the other standards are still going to apply other than detention. Yeah,
Yes.
that makes a lot of sense.
And that's what you called the CMP, your construction management practices.
Right,
Is
right.
Basically what you talked about, right? That's
That
standard
includes a
things
lot
that
of the
you-
water quality. Yes.
Okay, cool.
There's just a couple other things about that. One of them, I'm always trying to promote more permeable paving. So I hope that as you rewrite this section 4, you'll, offer that as sort of a standard option to keep site water on site. And then there were a couple items of semantics. Of course, I've edited this and I don't know if I should bring them up now or after we make a motion. Like the highlighted yellow thing. To be. The proposed code language I would like to potentially alter. Do you want me to talk about it now?
Yes.
Okay, it says the fee in lieu shall be established by resolution of the city council in an amount that's calculated to approximate the cost of obtaining, developing, and maintaining a public stormwater system. I think you mean an on-site stormwater system. I mean, you don't want the homeowner to pay for a public.
No, it's, I think the fee in lieu is, so we're gonna back into that, right? I think what engineering is trying to do is back into what we're kind of thinking about global costs are going to be to do these projects. And then work back into what is reasonable based on the flow data that's coming off that individual fund, right?
It says
So
the fee is approximate to maintaining and building a public stormwater.
Right,
system.
that's what I'm saying. The fee is approximate to that. The calculation of that fee, though, is not that Pete Waller, are building the whole system based on yours. We're trying to back into what that overall cost would be, like we do any other nexus analysis. What that overall cost would be, and then portioning it out on, call it a cubic foot basis or something like that of water that you need to account for. That's that backing cost of that. So, I mean, if you're otherwise, you'd have to go through the whole analysis, figure out how expensive it is to do it on site, and then pay a fee in lieu for the analysis that you just did. So we're trying to simplify that to just a gross number that applies on that on a volumetric basis.
Well, the impression I thought from the presentation is we're trying to approximate the amount that the developer would pay for their on-site water treatment system. Not
I mean,
developing.
I think it kind of does
public
the same.
stormwater
I
system.
think it kind of, you wind up in the same place, roughly. And because if our calculation, and I may be putting words in your mouth, but if our calculation for what it's going to cost to do a system-wide analysis is more expensive than what you think you can do it on site, do it on site. Right? That's your decision. You don't have to pay the fee in lieu. You can go like, wow, that's just too much. I'll put a hole in my frame. That's your call.
Well, the fees were set up by estimating what it would be to have an on-site system. I mean, this literally says that the fee is to approximate the cost of obtaining, developing, maintaining a public stormwater system. I just think it means an on-site stormwater system in 2B. It's semantics.
I think it probably is semantics. I think that the reality is if we come up with a fee that is rationally tied to the nexus analysis to what it costs to develop those systems, we're going to be fine. And honestly, that's going to be something that council has to wrestle with on an annualized basis.
But the fee is based on the approximate cost of installing an on-site system, as we just learned. Not we're working backwards from the constructing a public system, is it?
I'll tell you what direction would you like to have it read for purposes of your recommendation?
Well, the fee should approximately cover the cost of constructing an on-site system.
So if you'd like to put that in your motion to recommend, I think that's great, and we'll sort it out with
And
council.
it goes to the council.
I think that's
We're
what
only
we're
making a
trying to say.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Except for I don't think that's right, Carolyn. I think what they're saying is they're taking whatever the estimated, CF of detention, and they are coming up with a cost towards what that public system would cost based off of that. So it's not.
It's not an
I
individual.
think the language reads just fine. It makes sense to me, but.
So like I said, the idea is that instead of the private property doing the on-site detention, the city is going to do it. Therefore, the city would need to detain the same amount of water from that property. And so instead of the money to build the on-site system would then be used to build that more regional system.
I think where Carolyn's hung up is on how you calculate the fee.
Well,
I mean, but I guess what I'm saying is that it's 10:30. This is actually a fee calculation the council has to make. So if there is a way you would prefer to have it calculated, rather than going in a circle with what's in the staff report, I'd rather just have you guys make that recommendation as to what you would like, and council can take that into consideration.
So let's hold it till our motion.
Yeah.
okay. Permeable paving, developer. We got the interim. I'll leave the other semantics for them too. Okay.
Right now, everybody who puts one in self-regulates, and is there any regulation about maintenance or?
So right now, if you build one in our standards, there is a maintenance agreement that you sign with the city.
Okay.
That says you as the homeowner are maintaining this system.
And and they self-report?
It is a non-reporting requirement. And so the idea is that we as the city would have the ability to come in and maintain your system. It's not being maintained, and then back charge you for cost if necessary. But again, that's a quite a bit of labor and
to get to that point, to know who it is.
Get to that point, and then if we have to do this over and over again, you can imagine how much effort it.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Well, and normally people don't, right, know anything's wrong with it till it fails.
Right.
I mean, generally, if you're a homeowner, you don't know anything's wrong until the water's backing into your house. And then you're calling someone to help you and you know your dry well fit.
Right.
Okay, I just want to understand the fees, just so I understand it. So let's say you have a 40 by 40, you're an individual, you're building your house, and so it's 1,600 square feet of impervious space, and so is it by 50 or what is the calculation?
So if you want to do the square footage calculation, if you did 1,600, let's say you did 1,000. Math is way easier at 10:30. 1,000 total square feet divided by 100 would get you 10. And then it's for every 100 square feet, you multiply that by $365. So you would pay $36.50 for 1,000.
So
and so instead of that, if you said, you know what, that's too much. I'm going to our current standards would say, okay, if you didn't want to pay the fee in lieu, you're gonna do the analysis. Maybe you're savvy enough and you know what you're doing, but generally speaking, what that requires is hiring an engineer, do the calculation to determine the amount, design the system.
And you got to get an excavator, all that stuff. So 1,000 square feet of impervious is $3,650. That's what I'm.
That's correct.
Okay, that was one question I had. Okay, and so this is similar when you talked about the Benedict project. That's what this was. Okay, and I think it's good. I mean, still you guys can come in and say, here's a large project that a developer's doing. I need you to do detention. I need you to do all this stuff you've done in the past.
That's correct.
Yeah. And so then one thing you talked about, I mean, I know some existing projects that some people were involved that put them in, and there's issues with like large dry wells and that. So are you going to go out and, I know in the past you haven't policed those kind of things, but are you going to try to get people to clean those up that they haven't maintained their preventative maintenance plan on those kind of things? Was that what you were talking about earlier? Like,
well, so
I know some large commercial.
If you did a large dry well and you would sign this maintenance agreement, now we would only come out presumably if there was a problem and issue to check and resolve.
where it's like running off, because that, a lot of times that's maybe with the agreement that's done with the commercial building that's there, or something like that, with homeowners. Okay.
Right.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you. So let's get a motion out here.
You could go to the public.
Oh,
Oh.
thank you. What time is it? Matt? No, he's not public. Lee,
Rest of the
he's
engineering.
not public either. Okay. Is there anyone online that would like to speak? Okay, seeing that, we'll close the public comment. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Do it.
Greg, Greg.
My computer died on me, but so I would like to make a motion to approve the recommended ordinance as presented for council's consideration for fee and lieu
Perfect.
for stormwater detention.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any conversation?
Comment on my own motion. I appreciate that the question, kind of born from that last conversation, Chairman Waller, and that explanation really kind of helped me understand really where that B portion of the proposed ordinance comes from, and that public nature, and just kind of that simple application through that language. And this is really a burden that is going to fall on city council every year. They're going to look at this as a fee structure. And I think if they need to look at any tweaks in language that may be born from that conversation, they'll do it at that time.
Ms. White?
I do appreciate the city looking at using stormwater efficiently, and you made a comment about homeowners using water from their impervious what are they, their surfaces?
Yeah.
I can't think anymore, for watering their lawns. I just think that this is all, trending towards what we should be talking about as communities, and so I applaud you on that. That's great.
Other comments? So I have a couple. One is woo-hoo, this is awesome. I mean, from someone that's done a lot of this is spot on, right on, good job. And then I'm just kind of wondering, so Carolyn had a bunch of semantic things. Is that something that if we just go forward, she could submit those? So they're included, so they're included to go to
Yeah, I
council? Are
think
you
it would
okay with
be,
that?
it would be helpful if it's in the language of the ordinance that you have some concerns, that if you want to give those to me offline, that'd be
Yeah.
great. And we'll
That'd be good.
look at it and tweak it.
You good with that?
Yes, we'll understand what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, no more comments. We'll have a voice vote here, Mr. Jim.
Commissioner Cowan,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner Connerton,
Yes.
Commissioner Waller,
Yes.
Commissioner Sims,
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
So this is awesome, by the
Thank you.
way. I think this is awesome.
Well, good. I appreciate
I have a couple friends that are gonna be talking to you
it. Let them know.
tomorrow. Cause I was just talking to them.
It's a huge, especially on the redevelopment.
Well, you look at Mike's house. Oh my gosh, it looks like a ward. Okay.
Great.
Okay, we'll keep on moving. Okay, Commissioner comments? No, you really don't need that. Okay, yes, you do.
I don't know.
Let's go.
No, I just want to thank everybody. It's been, I think, since I came in March as an alternate, I've sat on the dais for all but 2 meetings, I think. So it's been, yeah, I've enjoyed it a lot. I've learned a ton. Really appreciate, again, the depth of how you all treat these issues, what you bring to the table, doing the homework, staying here till past 10:30. Staff, awesome stuff. Really appreciate the work that you do and the counsel that we receive, that I receive, and yeah, so just thank you. Appreciate it.
Good job, Greg.
And I'll echo that sentiment. It's nice to serve on a board of such diverse people. We have great ways of sort of cross-examining important topics here. And thank you to staff for all of your thorough presentations, all of you back there too, calling you staff. And happy holidays.
Stole my thunder. Thanks again, everybody. Great job. And yeah, welcome. Happy holidays.
Thanks, everybody. Happy holidays and Happy New Year.
I'm a creature of habit. We're the, oh, sorry. Is it me? Okay. I'm a creature of habit. We're the staff reports in a different format this time.
Oh, I want to get rid of
I felt like we did not get the typical
Oh, you're right.
staff report from,
The shorthand version.
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't do that to me again.
Yeah.
We just got like a report from engineering and it was not in the pretty format that we usually get it in. I mean, not to say that it was ugly, but I'm like, what am I looking at? I need the form.
Thank you for specifying where that came from. Much appreciated.
Even on the Excel Energy one, there wasn't like the tidy staff report that went with it. Anyway, no big deal. I'm just.
She's not poking.
I'm
you, is
whining.
she?
I'm whining.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was wondering, do you think, and when it's that robust, because there was 835 pages, we could somehow have it separated? Like this, 450 pages is for this issue, this
I
200.
don't see it the way you're saying. I get like 10 different items.
Yeah.
There's the staff report, there's this report, there's this.
Oh,
report.
I
It's
got
like
mine.
it
I'm the
all
same way.
together.
Oh, really? I don't know if I'm downloading mine differently, but yeah, it was.
Yeah, we can help with that.
Okay, you'll help you.
You need to help me because and it was different looking. I did suffer
Mine
through
is
that.
normal, But I need to figure out how to get my password back because I got a new computer that's smaller.
If all commissioners could email me their problems,
Okay.
Okay.
I will
Okay.
get IT help for all of the things.
Okay, nope, you're not green.
Let's go.
Okay, time for your comments.
No, you didn't comment.
I don't have any comments. You guys said everything, so.
We do have applications for our January meeting. I cannot recall what they are at this time, but we have them. So please show up. Thank you for a wonderful 2023 and all the time that you guys have put in. I look forward to working with you in 2024. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, we are adjourned.
Our hard jackets.
Yeah.